Is it? All right, we'll try this microphone. Does this microphone work? Hello, good morning. Is this working? All right, thank God. I don't know what's going on here. It's the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, all the podcast platforms. Yeah, look at that. Look at that big blank screen. It looks like I'm not here. There may be some sort of a coordinated campaign here, Maura. I don't know what's going on. We're under attack in some way here in this building. First, they're stealing our nice charger for the iPad, and now somebody's unplugged my microphone. What's happening here? It's anarchy in the morning. The microphone, I don't even know where that thing plugs into. Oh, my gosh. What is going on here this morning? Today's supposed to be a happy... Oh, look. Hey, you figured it out. Look at you, Maura. Tech wizard.
Yes.
Maura's a tech wizard. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can see me now. Hi, good morning. Even though I'm using the wrong microphone. The whole thing is very strange. But I don't want to bore you with the details. You probably have better things to think about. You've come here for something other than for me to be confused by what's going on with the microphone situation. You probably, I don't know exactly what's going on in your brain this morning. I don't know what side of the bed you woke up on. I don't know what it is that is of the utmost importance to you. Maybe you didn't sleep last night because of the outrageous heat. My God, was it hot yesterday? Oh, my gosh. I know it's been hotter in Seattle, but yesterday was as hot a day, just feel-wise, as I can ever remember here. Like, every time I went outside, I was like, oh, my Lord. The sun was just so intense. Sheesh. Anyway, you're not here for that. You're here to talk about, and I'm just going to guess here, your first place Mariners. That's just my guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly what's on your mind this morning, but I would think that you're here to talk and talk about, listen to some conversation regarding your first place Mariners. What a wild ride this has been for this team this year, from a lousy start to an incredible May to coming back to earth for a while to ups and downs and ins and outs and kind of toddling along for a while until the trade deadline, and bang, off they go. 10 of 11, 10-1 since the trade deadline, or at least since they made their moves at the trade deadline and returned home from Arizona. 10-1. They've won 8 straight games. And did you ever feel like they were going to lose that one yesterday? Because once again, it didn't even dawn on me as I was watching it that they would find a way to lose that. Didn't even dawn on me.
Even when Ryan Mountcastle smoked that ball down the left field line with 2 on in the 9th?
That was foul. That was foul all the way. That one was foul all the way. You knew it was foul, right? Come on. He was way out ahead of that thing. Yeah, I honestly just didn't even... I mean, all right, fine. When that ball left the bat, you're like, oh. But it was foul, and you find a way to win the game again. It's really just incredible. They didn't do it with offense yesterday, although when they did, it was another Josh Naylor hit, and that guy is just... I was talking to Cecily yesterday, so she's out of town. My kids are out of town, which stinks. I don't know how you guys do this. I am so bored. Like, usually my life is incredibly busy. I run from one place to the next. I'm picking up someone here and dropping them off there. I got home at like 10:30, 11 o'clock yesterday. I didn't have anything to do until I went to bed. It was awful. I was so bored yesterday. Like, unbelievable. Other than the Mariners, the only thing on my calendar was the Mariner game. Finally, they turned on. Thank God this game is on. And it was a pretty quick game, which was kind of annoying for me because I had nothing to do after the game either. I'm sitting around watching old West Wing episodes because I don't have anything else to do. Anyway, where was I? What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Oh, just Josh Naylor. So I was talking to Cecily, and she's telling me she wants to know how the game went and who scored. I'm like, oh, well, Randy had a single and he stole second, and then Josh Naylor drove him in, and she kind of got upset. She's like, I don't like Josh Naylor. And I was like, all right, well, what could you, like, of all the people, Josh Naylor's the most like her. I can't imagine what she would not like about Josh Naylor. They're both big grumps. And she's like, well, I feel like he's honing in on Cal's big dumper status because he also has kind of a big dumper. And I was like, all right, I kind of understand that. She was a little upset that he also, is sort of got a lot of power source action going on and that maybe it was taking away from Cal. So I said, all right, well, look, I don't think that that's really the thing about Josh Naylor. I think once you get to watch him, you're going to love him. I think you're going to like that he plays with this intensity, and he's a very physical kind of guy. And I think really they're calling him the big grumper more than the big dumper. And at this, Cecily totally came back around. And I just been trying to tell her, like, this guy's awesome. He might already be my favorite player on this team. I don't think I can come up with a baseball player I've ever related to more than Josh Naylor. Like, I'm not saying I'm like him. I'm not. Like, I don't even really know the guy. We've never interviewed him. I've never talked to him, nothing. But I just relate to the way he comes off. I love the intensity. I love the sort of don't talk to me in the middle of the game. I'm studying and I'm waiting to see how I'm going to steal a base later because that's now a big part of my game, even though I'm slow. I love that he gets that done. I love that he looks like he should be a huge power hitter, but he's not. But when he gets a hold of one, he destroys it. I love that he's a complete hitter. I love this guy, man. I absolutely love him. As exciting as it is to get Gino back, and I know he hasn't done much since the deadline, and this isn't about that. Like, I like Eugenio Suarez. I love the trade. I love what it does for the team. But this Josh Naylor dude, I'm sorry. You want to know why the Mariners have gone 10 of 11 here? There's a lot of reasons. I don't want to put it on just one guy, but Josh Naylor might be the most significant one. If I have to point at one guy, Cal's been awesome. Julio's been awesome. Everybody's found a way during this stretch to do something. Randy's been awesome. Cole Young has been awesome. Starting pitching has been great. Bullpen's been wonderful. Like, everything has come together. Other than, honestly, Eugenio Suarez, it really hasn't been much since they traded for him. And Polanco hasn't done as much maybe during this stretch. But if I have to name one guy, the biggest difference maker during this stretch, don't you think it's Naylor? He's the thing that has changed the most about this lineup since the beginning. He just makes him better, guys. He can hit. He can flat out hit. He can take his walks. He can make contact. He can foul balls off that are outside the zone. He can ambush first pitches like he did yesterday and drive it up the middle. He can hit for power when he needs to. I love this guy. I really do. I want him here long term. I know it's going to take something, and I know he probably doesn't want to talk about it until the offseason. But the second this season ends, whether it's not making the playoffs, which sure doesn't look likely right now, as they find themselves in first place, tied with Houston, ahead of the tiebreaker. As you enter this part of this, like as the season eventually ends, maybe you lose in the postseason, maybe you lose in the World Series, maybe you win the whole shebang. The second it ends, I want somebody on the phone with Josh Naylor's agent having a conversation about next year. I love him. And he fits this park. He fits this lineup. He fits everything the Mariners have been looking for at first base. He's not just a bopper, but he can hit home runs. He's not just a line drive hitter, though he hits line drives. He can hit it on the ground. He plays the game the right way. There's nothing about him. And the edge in his personality is, I can't even tell you how much the Mariners have been missing that. I can't even tell you how much they've missed edge. To me, it is one of the most important features that a team can have. It's just a little bit of edge. Not everybody has to have it, but you got to have some. I'll repeat this, this will probably change this year. But I've lived in Seattle for over 16 years. During that time, the Mariners have been in one fight. During that time, the Mariners have made the playoffs once. Those things happened the same year. I don't believe that to be a coincidence. I'm not saying they got some edge from Jesse Winker, who was kind of, by all accounts, like an imbecile. I'm not saying that. But that team, at least for that moment, took on a little bit of edge, went on a huge win streak, and made the playoffs. The only time since I've lived here that's happened. Now, this team is not, in all likelihood, going to fight anybody in the last month and a half of the season, so that streak will probably end. They'll probably make the playoffs this year. There is obviously a correlation causation thing, a little post hoc non ergo propter hoc. I know. But it was right after that fight that they went nuts. And the players did later say that had something to do with it. I forget who it was. But the players did say later, like, yeah, galvanize the team. Of course it did. Ryan knows that. He's just trying to be difficult. Of course it galvanized the team. I know he and Shannon got up on their high horse. Like, oh, I was in the clubhouse, and that's not what happened. Yes, it is. Of course it is. They were galvanized by that. I don't know what it is that's galvanizing this team specifically, but I do know that I love the fact that they've got this edge and that it balances the sort of good guy approach of Eugenio Suarez and Julio Rodriguez and even Cal, who's got a little bit more, he's got a little bit more of that like salt of the earth, hardworking deal. But I love what Josh Naylor brings, and I love that he brought him a win last night by helping to driving in the only run of the game. I'll come back. I'm going to try to fix my microphone situation here during the break. I don't know what's going on, but it's throwing me off. I got to get everything squared away. So we'll give you guys everything you need to know next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because he looks grumpy. I love
Good
it.
one.
But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting.
Yeah.
He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old.
I
So
love
the big
that.
grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle. So there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
It's back to school time again, and parents are pretty stressed out.
Can you blame us? The supply list, the sign-ups, the scheduling.
At least haircuts are easy at Great Clips.
It's true. With the Great Clips app, I checked him in before we left home, so we were in and out in no time.
I got a great haircut, and Mom got to check something off the to-do list. She really loves that.
Back to school can be a lot, but haircuts are easy at Great Clips. Download the app today.
Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
George Kirby. Is that working now, Lyle? All right, good. How about George Kirby? How about him? He was as good as I can remember him yesterday. He was dominant. For 7 shutout innings in Baltimore, 3 hits, 7 Ks, no walks. Exactly what they needed to start the trip off, right?
Trying to go 7 scoreless. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Got him. 97. Crackling over the edge. George Kirby has been brilliant tonight. 7 scoreless against Baltimore on just 3 hits. 7 punch-outs along the way. George Kirby has been phenomenal tonight.
Yeah, he really was. Not a lot of offense. Dean Creamer was good. He was really good yesterday. That splitter was very challenging for the Mariners bats, but scored 1 in the first. Randy singled, stole a bag. Josh Naylor, RBI afterwards, and really that's all they would need as they find a way to win once again. The story, of course, George Kirby.
You know, I felt like he was just, in control all night long. And we've talked about him getting, just deeper and deeper into games, more and more comfortable as he's gone here. And that was outstanding. I think for me, the 7th inning was very impressive, getting towards the end there. But as we've seen with all our guys, leaving it on the field, emptying the tank there in that last inning, really came out strong. And I thought he looked really, really strong there in the 7th.
Yeah, he sure did. Probably could have gone another inning. They decided not to. And kind of an interesting decision to go with Bizzardo in the 8th. It works out. Obviously, I think it's nice that they end up saving Brash so that maybe they can go back and forth with the heat. Munoz, little trouble with some of that heat last night, but was able to get the deal closed out. 8 in a row now. 10 of the last 11 for these Mariners since the deadline.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we can also welcome the Mariners back into first place in the division. Red Sox put a whooping on the Astros last night, so the two teams are now tied atop the division. Mariners are 5-4 against Houston with 3 to play in September. I saw some power rankings that had Houston ahead of the Mariners. That's dumb. That's just looking at the record and saying, okay, well, let's just put them in order. That's not a power ranking. That's just reading the standings. There was no effort put in there. Very unimpressive. Yankees win, Blue Jays win, so forget about those two. But the Tigers did give back a lead. They lost to the White Sox. That's a nice one for the Mariners. So they're actually just a game and a half out of a first-round bye situation, as Detroit has certainly come back down to earth. By all accounts, they're where they should be. Here's some Jeff Passan.
I think they
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, guys. There's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yeah.
What I think the Mariners have done, though, is put themselves in as good of a position as we've seen them since the heyday. This right now is the best team that the Mariners have since the, late 90s, early 2000s?
Mm-hmm.
2 decades?
Yeah, it's pretty clear that would be the case. You can hear the rest of that Jeff Passan interview coming up in about 10 minutes. One other note, we went through the MLB pipeline rankings yesterday, right? And looked at how the Mariners have 9 of the top 100. It's really impressive. Did you see who their number 10 prospect was, though, by the way? I just thought this was interesting. It would be the 35th pick in this past year's draft, catcher Luke Stevenson. That's cool. That's something I've got an eye on him. Just because, we'll see what happens with Harry Ford. Maybe he gets called up later this year. Maybe he ends up as the backup catcher here next year. But there's something about Stevenson, and maybe the Cal Raleigh comp just kind of has me. Ty Pete, by the way, number 12. The other kid they drafted this year, Nick Becker, the shortstop, was at 13.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks did end up practicing yesterday and went long, 2.5 hours despite the heat. No Oluwatimi again, so Jalen Sundell continues to work with the number ones. The big story, of course, is going to be our first real shot at seeing Sam Darnold in a game situation on Friday. Herm Edwards on the station yesterday thinks that they're going to be a pretty good match.
I think he's really good in a system where he can use the running game. He's a good play-action quarterback. Some quarterbacks don't like getting under center. He don't have a problem doing that. And, the thing with that is a lot of these young quarterbacks, because they don't get under center, it's very difficult at times for them to play action pass because they have to turn their back away from the defense, right? And that's what gets a lot of these young guys all of a sudden play action. I'm going with the ball fake, and all of a sudden my eyes are off the defense for about a split second. And defenses can change, but for Sam, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, well, that's good. I mean, that's a big part of what they want with this offense, being under center, using that running game to set up the play action, the boots, and getting those guys out of the pocket. So I'm excited to see that for the first time on Friday night against Kansas City. That is everything you need to know. And we do that quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. I got a texter here who doesn't understand me. Yup. Everyone knows rather than good players, what you really need at the deadline is a bar fight or a topless cardboard cutout of a former showgirl owner to really go on a run. Another great take there, Salk. All right, I didn't say it's the only thing you need. Of course you got to have good players, and I love Naylor, and I just talked about what a good player he is. But I do think it helps to have some of the right personalities, and a little bit of edge does go a long way when you combine it with some of the other things that the Mariners already have. If that's all you've got, that doesn't work. But this is why I'm so enamored with these 4 guys. And I'm not saying that they're the only leaders of the team. I think Luis Castillo is one. We'll talk about him tomorrow. Obviously J.P. Crawford has a leadership element in this. But there's just something about the 4 completely different personalities of Naylor, Suarez, Julio, and Cal that just kind of intrigues me. And look, some of those guys, Naylor's only been here a couple weeks. I'm not saying he's the leader of this team. But just those 4 guys bring 4 very different elements to a clubhouse. And I think that is a really interesting mix. And if you can harness it and keep it all together, I think it puts the Mariners in a really nice spot. In addition to the fact that they're all really talented. They're all really good. Of course, that's a big part. I mean, that's the obvious part. Thanks, 209. All right, we'll be right back here. Jeff Passan is going to be with us next. He had a lot to say about these Mariners. And I thought a very interesting look, maybe not an accurate one, but an interesting look at the MVP race. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
4 down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
4 down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Yeah, we had a texter who agreed with me and said, even though you may have had higher temperatures in the past, something about yesterday, the sun just felt hotter. Hopefully it didn't make its way into your house. Hopefully your house wasn't an oven. If it was too hot, especially upstairs, that could be because you don't have enough insulation or what you've got is really failing and old and just not really doing its job anymore. If that's the case, you got to call Crawl Pros. They'll come out, they'll do a free corner-to-corner inspection, check out everything and see what's going on with your insulation. If you need more or if you need it replaced, good news. If you're a Puget Sound Energy customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to get a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to get your crawl space and attic properly insulated. Yeah, 95%. So don't wait. Get Crawl Pros to come out there, see what's going on behind that crawl space or attic hatch for free, and then they'll tell you what energy rebates that you're eligible for right now. If you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic, call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
I'm Brent, and I've been on Nutrafol for almost 5 years now. I like Nutrafol because it was a hair growth supplement that was completely drug-free. After 3 months, my hair got stronger and thicker, which gave a huge boost to my social life. I mean, it was life-changing, to be honest.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men. That's Nutrafol.com/MEN. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition. Real customers were compensated to share their stories.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good
crew that takes care of your customer base. You have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
And it's time for Jeff Passan. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Michael, how are you?
Well, I'm good. I've been, I come back and missed you last week. I was out doing some stuff on Tuesday, so I missed you. And I hear that you were insulting me and saying that I infected Brock with the disease of the turd, which I don't even really know what that means. But I grant that you had a plan there with whatever it is you were saying. And I guess my thought process afterwards is I tend to think of you as a pretty smart, well-educated, erudite kind of guy. Why do you resort to such pathetic, lowbrow language as turd?
I mean, if it looks like a turd and smells like a turd, I'm not going to call it a diamond.
No, but that's just kind of lowbrow. I expect more out of you.
Bro, you don't know me well enough. And, potty humor is the highest form to me. So I got nothing. Perhaps I was a little bit over the top. However, I do think it's a little turdly when the Mariners are in the middle of a 7-game winning streak and on the cusp of taking over first place in the American League West that you started with yourself.
Well, I was really starting with you is the point. How about this, though? Yeah, let's dig right into it because it really is more important. How about this? How about what we've gotten a chance to watch here since the trade deadline? They win 9 out of 10 games, 7 straight. How much of that is the effect of just being buyers and sort of the confidence and the messaging that comes all the way down to the team from doing that?
I mean, I'm not going to say it's directly attributable, but it sure doesn't hurt. And that's always been the thing, I think, with trade deadline additions. You can look at other teams. The Yankees went out and remade their bullpen. Their bullpen's been tire fire since. The Mets were aggressive at the deadline, and they've been maybe even worse than the Yankees. There are teams that went out there and did what the Mariners did or did something similar to it, and just haven't had that effect. But I look at the Mariners and I just feel like what they did was they complemented something that was good already. They saw an opportunity, not just in a wide open American League West, not just in a wide open American League, but in a wide open Major League Baseball, where the best team right now is the Milwaukee Brewers, who are playing incredible ball. The only team that's been hotter, frankly, than the Mariners, but historically has not had very much success in the postseason. So all of this is to say, I think the Mariners saw a chance for something really special to happen. And I know it's been only 10 games, and I'm not going to sit here and judge a team based on how it's playing in a small window in early to mid-August. But I'll say this, guys, it looks pretty good. It looks like the kind of a team that can win its division and can win the pennant and can win the World Series. And if I'm a baseball team right now, I do not want to see the Seattle Mariners on the other side of the field.
Well, and the crazy thing is you really don't want to see their lineup. It's not even just the pitching.
I know.
You say the 10 games, and I was curious because we just saw that when it first came out, you're just like, oh, my God, look at this lineup. It just looks so much better and so much different. I ran some numbers, and I don't know how you would feel about doing it. How do you compare eras? There's so many different ways to do it, and I'm not a statistician, as I'm sure you could guess. But just looking at the OPS plus, which is obviously, which is going to factor in.
That's probably the first thing that that and like weighted on base. That's what I would look at.
All right, so I looked at OPS plus because it's going to compare eras, and this Mariner lineup compared to all the other Mariner lineups over the years in terms of like the 9 guys who played the most during a year. I only had so much time to do this at Baseball Reference. This is second. They are 0.5 behind the 97 Mariners for being the best offensive lineup they've ever run out there.
I would have to look back at some of those 90s lineups. And, when you have Junior and Edgar and Jay Buhner and the rest of the crew in the same lineup, that's kind of tough to beat. I mean, those are 2 Hall of Famers right there. I'm not sure we're going to have any Hall of Famers from this particular lineup. But
But this lineup is deeper, Jeff, and that's really the difference. I was going to say, I love the depth of this lineup, and I love the balance of this lineup. I love that there are a bunch of guys who hit left-handed, a bunch of guys who hit right-handed, and some switch hitters. I love that there's power and that there's speed and that there's on-base skill. I love that there are guys who make contact. Just top to bottom, you're right. It's a terrifying lineup to have to pitch around. And I'll just give a couple of examples. A guy like Cole Young, the power hasn't shown up immensely, but God, he takes really great at bats. He walks a lot. He is willing to not just hunt for his pitch, but to not chase outside the zone. And for a player who's in his first season like Cole Young, it's the kind of thing you see and think to yourself, man, that is like once he really starts getting it, once he gets some experience in the big leagues, this has a chance to be a really good skill set. And Josh Naylor is the other one. And I know Josh Naylor's been the best hitter for the Mariners since the break in more or less every regard. But it keeps going back, guys, to the fact that for someone who has as much pop as he does, as much slug as he can provide, to just not strike out, it's a game changer when you have that in the middle of your lineup.
I feel like AJ Hawk on the Pat McAfee show.
I know, I'm sorry, buddy.
8 minutes in, do I get to talk?
Sorry about that.
You want to continue?
Hi, Brock.
Hi, Jeffrey. 43 games to go.
You're live. Sorry about the smell.
How AJ just sits and stares at the camera, it's just incredible to me. I can't do it.
What a gig.
43 games to go. Okay, 43 games to go. We're playing little fantasy baseball with Jeff Passan. And I say to Jeff Passan, with 43 games to go, you get to pick which lineup in baseball you want for this 43 game stretch. Where would the Mariners fit in your ranking with this offensive lineup?
Boy, oh boy. See, I'm trying to think of teams that I would absolutely have ahead of them. And
would you take Phillies or New Yorks?
I think I would take the Cubs over them.
Okay.
I think the Cubs with Pete Crow Armstrong and Kyle Tucker and say Suzuki, Michael Busch, Dansby Swanson, Matt Shaw swinging the bat well. They get production from Carson Kelly behind the plate. I mean, it's close. I could see the argument for the Mariners over the Cubs, but I think I would probably take the Cubs. I would probably take the Dodgers just because of the star power. I know they have not hit for a while now, and Mookie Betts is not having the year that we expect out of him. But Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, and a lot of depth. I think I would probably take the Dodgers. Aside from that, it's hard to argue with Milwaukee right now, but I like the Mariners lineup better than them. I think they've got the depth that the Yankees don't. The Blue Jays probably belong up in that discussion as well. But they're top 5. I think I can say that pretty comfortably. Like the Mariners are a top 5 offense in baseball right now.
Pretty amazing to think about, considering some of the conversations we've had over the last couple of years. The other thing,
God!
Right?
I mean, it's Yeah, and it's just I always thought that when the Mariners got good, like good, that this was going to be based around its pitching, and the pitching is still there. We've seen strikeout George Kirby, and we've seen Walter Logan Gilbert, and Brian Wu's just been a god all year long. Luis Castillo, keep the ball in the park, but aside from that, he's been his steady self, and Bryce Miller's going to be back soon. I don't know what role it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to start off, and I imagine he's going to start off back in the rotation and build up a little bit. But the idea that they could eventually deploy him in the bullpen alongside Munoz and Brash and Spire and Ferguson, you need – if you go into a postseason, you want at least 5 relievers that you can rely on. Like that's the way postseason baseball has gone, where more and more relief pitching has become imperative there. And half the innings in the postseason are now going to relief pitchers. So it's going to be interesting to see how Dan Wilson and I'm not guaranteeing the Mariners a playoff spot at this point, but if they make it, how does Dan Wilson deploy those arms? Because he doesn't have to worry about guys going out there and just throwing up zeros like he did in that Houston series a few years ago, where the Mariners gave the world champion Astros the best run of any team that postseason. And the only thing that was impeding them, frankly, was their inability to score runs.
Well, yeah, and by the way, you get to the playoffs, you might add Emerson Hancock to that list. You might add Logan Evans to that list. I mean, if you're just taking the best pitchers on the roster, you could make that bullpen better and better and better. You mentioned Naylor, and he has been quite the revelation. The personality is awesome. I love that we have
Fun to watch, isn't it?
Oh, my God, it's great. And we've got a texter, I don't know if you heard this, who has nicknamed him the Big Grumper, to go with Cal. So you got the Big Dumper and the Big Grumper, and it's like the most perfect description ever. I love the intensity. I love everything about it. I love the base stealing, which is funny.
Crazy, right?
It's hilarious.
I think he swiped more bags this week than anyone in baseball.
I mean, I mean, we could probably do a whole segment just on that. But what I know he's going to want to go to free agency. I wouldn't blame him. He's got come this far. Why wouldn't he? But what does a deal for Josh Naylor look like at his age? And he doesn't hit a ton of home runs. So, what does Josh Naylor get in the open market?
That is one of those where, I'll be honest, I have not done enough research on what first basemen like his age historically get to tell you with any degree of certainty. Do I think Josh Naylor is a 9-figure player? I do. But I've always been a big Josh Naylor fan. I've always just thought, there's a ball player right here. This is a guy who still hits for high average in an era where no one does. This is a guy who can take walks and get on base and move a runner over and drive in runs. And let's not discount his power either, by the way. He hit 31 home runs last season. So, there's some thump there. But the fact that he's going to be a 2020 guy this year, that is something I would have never seen from Josh Naylor. And to me, I think that speaks to his intelligence as a baseball player. He's not the fastest guy out there, but I think he's a really smart base runner who takes advantage of opportunity. And that, to me, is like a winning player defined right there. A guy who uses his physical characteristics to get the absolute best out of them. And that's what Josh Naylor is doing right now. Now, we have to acknowledge, Mike, that the first base market for free agents has not been particularly friendly over time. And yet we're also living in an era where a first baseman is a $500 million player, and that's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So for Josh Naylor at his age, I believe he's going to be 29 over the winter. He might still be 28, actually. For him, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, he just turned 28.
Yeah, just.
So a guy who's still got 2 years in his 20s reaching free agency. I mean, to me, I get why teams don't give long-term deals to first basemen, but Josh Naylor and what he can provide seem like the kind of guy that you would want to bring back.
Jeffrey, I feel like, in the next 7 weeks, we'll define this. So it's the beauty of baseball. It will play itself out. But I feel like if Cal shatters, and I mean shatters, these all-time catcher records, and he's at 45 home runs, 3 away from Salvador, if he gets to 55, 56, if he ties Ken Griffey Jr.'s single-season record of 58 home runs as a Seattle Mariner, doing it as a catcher every day as he's done it, I feel like that's the strongest argument as to why he will be the American League MVP. Am I wrong?
No. But I don't personally, when I voted for MVP and I was looking at a guy's body of work, I compared it to the other people in that year, not to what others have done over time. And I think that's the fairest way to do it. This is not about Cal Raleigh and Salvador Perez or Cal Raleigh and Ken Griffey Jr. This is about Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge. And right now, Aaron Judge has an OPS nearly 200 points higher than Cal Raleigh. Now, this is not to take anything, and I mean anything, away from what Cal Raleigh has done this season. But when you have a gap of that magnitude, it's tough to overcome. And I think that it's funny that Cal Raleigh, the guy who plays at 10 o'clock on the East Coast every night, the guy who is in the most remote baseball location that there is in the big leagues, that he has the narrative advantage over Aaron Judge, a New York Yankee, is wild to me. But he does. I think, I think there can be a bit of it, and I always tried very hard to stay away from this. I think there can be a bit of fatigue when it comes to MVP voting, like, voting the same guy every year. To me, that was like a privilege when I could vote for greatness and continuous, consistent greatness. I never saw that as a negative, but I think some voters probably do. And the fact that Cal is just so damn likable does not hurt his chances here. In fact, I think will enhance them.
You mentioned Cole Young earlier and some of what he's done with the bat. It struck us as we were talking yesterday to Divish that Mariners have not had a lot of guys come in and do what he's done. He's only 21. He should be a college senior right now, which is pretty remarkable. There'll be guys drafted next year older than Cole Young. How do you allow a guy to have that success early? How important is it to have space on your team at the beginning of the year to allow for a young player like that to eventually find his way and contribute?
I think this is a really good sign for what the Mariners have to come, that Cole Young has transitioned as well as he has to the big leagues. Now, I think it doesn't hurt that he did not come up as a savior, right? Like, he did not come up as Roman Anthony, who has handled it more with the Boston Red Sox. He did not come up as Jack Caglione, who, had some flashes, but struggled before he wound up on the injured list. Like, it's a very delicate balance that you need to strike. But going to Cole Young like the Mariners did and saying, hey, we don't need you to win us the pennant. We need you to go out there and be yourself. And that's pretty much what he's been to this point, right? He's been very solid defensively. Like, I enjoy watching him play second base and turn that double play. And he's been just really solid offensively. He's not going to be a guy who's going to hit you 30 home runs in a season, but he is someone who's going to work good at bat and get on base. And when I say this is promising for the future, what I mean is transitioning players to the big leagues can be really difficult. And over the next 5 years, guys, we're going to see a lot of that from the Mariners. Like, we're going to see Colt Emerson somewhere on the left side of the infield. And we're going to see Laz Montez in the outfield. Not sure where. Is that when Victor Robles' contract expires, and or is it when Randy Arozarena reaches free agency? I don't know at this point. But best laid plans we have to keep that in mind. Not all transitions are going to be as smooth and seamless as Cole Young's has been. But I think what the Mariners have in place is a foundation that makes it a very accommodating place and an accommodating clubhouse for young players. And I think that begins with Cal Raleigh. He had some stuff early in his career where he saw the way that he was treated by certain guys, and it didn't sit well with him. And I think he learned from that if I'm going to be a leader on this team, then I need to make this place as comfortable as possible so everyone can find the best version of themselves. And I think that's one thing that we're seeing with Cole Young right now.
You know what I'm hearing in 20 minutes here, Jeffrey? Just big picture, just kind of taking in this conversation. I'd be remiss not to point out that for years you have said to Salk and I and our audience and Mariners fans, the window is open. It's time to go for it. I'd be remiss not to point out a month ago when you said these are the biggest 10 days in Jerry and Justin's career. They have got to make this thing happen. They have got to deliver on their promise. As I just sit here, on this August 12th, right, with the Mariners doing what they're doing right now, have they not answered that call to go for it, have that urgency with this window open to go do something you've not done before?
They did, guys, and the best part is that Eugenio Suarez isn't even hitting right now. Like that to me, he's in a Geno slump right now. You guys are familiar with it. It's where he doesn't walk. It's where he strikes out, seeming like
38%.
Is it bats?
It's 38%.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those things where I think with other teams that weren't playing so well, you'd be asking the question, "What's up with Geno?" Like, did the Mariners screw up? No, they didn't. They didn't, because he's going to have big hits. He's going to go on a heater. He's going to hit some home runs. And when he does, this machine that they've got going right now, it's going to be even better. And so, yeah, I think they, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, guys. There's a lot of baseball left to be played.
Yep.
What I think the Mariners have done, though, is put themselves in as good of a position as we've seen them since the heyday. This right now is the best team that the Mariners have since the, late 90s, early 2000s, 2 decades. And I think I'd love to say they're being rewarded for their aggressiveness. I don't think it works that way, though, because other teams have been aggressive and haven't had quite the fortune that the Mariners have at this point. I think what they did, though, was intelligent in a number of ways. It was intelligent, number one, in the recognition that they need to go, that now is the time that if you have built up and built up and built up, at some point, you got to put a turbocharger on the thing. And that's what they did. But beyond that they didn't dip into their top prospects to do it, and that they were willing to give up control over guys. And they gave up, among Brandon Garcia and Ashton Izzy and Tyler Locklear, like high-end prospects, but not high-end for the Mariners. And that speaks to what they've done developmentally, that few, if any, organizations have drafted and developed as well as the Mariners have over the last 5 years. And this is the fruits of their labor.
The great Jeff Passan, who joins us every Tuesday morning, usually with a replay, Wednesday at 6:30. Good to catch up with Jeff. And how much fun is this to do it right now, right? With the Mariners making this kind of a run at this time of the year. First place, man. They are in first place as of this morning. We'll discuss it more with Brock next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Josh Naylor has hit the ground running. The defense has been something I did not even think about. If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the emails with his agent. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with some great news. I'm with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, you guys just increased your community coverage.
That's right, Brock. We like to say we're in your neighborhood. We have you covered here at IRG. We just added 2 fantastic locations. One is in Harbor Square in the Edmonds Bowl, and the other one is in the Mill Creek Town Center, right to the entrance to Mill Creek Town Center. So we'll be able to provide fantastic care to all of us and everybody's neighborhood.
You know I love it. Expert physical and hand therapy right in your neighborhood.
That's right. We're in your neighborhood. We want to be your neighborhood family physical therapist. We'll take care of you, your family, and your neighbor.
And remember, no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit irgpt.com and schedule your appointment today. With over 40 convenient locations, IRG is right in your neighborhood, and now 2 new spots as well. That's irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer, accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
First place, Brock. The Mariners are in first place this morning. They're tied with Houston, but they own the tiebreaker, at least as of today. So, say hello to your first place Mariners.
So say hello to my little friend.
How about that? How about the first place Mariners? You knew it was coming. I mean, they have been steadily tracking Houston down. As I've said a bunch of times, I'm not that impressed with the Astros. I was not that impressed with the Rangers. They've fallen by the wayside. I'm not that impressed really with anybody else in the American League. And when you look at the Mariners roster right now, it's impressive. And you look at the type of ball they're playing, it's impressive. Shame on me a little bit. At 6 o'clock before you came on, I spent a good 8 or 9 minutes talking about Josh Naylor, who I just love. I just love this guy. Oh my gosh. He's not the player I thought he was going to be. He does not hit for as much power as I thought. And I probably should have known that just looking at the numbers, but like you just look at him and you expect this I expect him to be like Matt Stairs or something, and he's not. He's not just like a 3 true outcome guy, even though he looks like one. He's kind of the opposite. He's just a professional hitter, man. He is a professional hitter in every way, who, by the way, does have some of that pop and does have obviously that edge we've been talking about. But he's not the story today, as much as I would like him to be driving in the only run, and he was great, and I love the sort of Randy Naylor combo doing what it did yesterday. But the story's the pitching, and George Kirby was phenomenal. And we all know, as good as the lineup is now, if this team is going to do something special, it's going to have to be the starting pitcher.
Yeah, is that the best that George has been all season? Stuff-wise, command-wise?
If it's not the best, it's in the conversation. I mean, there were 1 or 2 other games where he was really good, so I don't want to get into the quibbling, but it's pretty darn – if it's not the best, it's darn close. He was awesome.
Yeah, there was that game he punched out 14 in Anaheim. That one's up there, too.
Yeah, just that Chev report had to like that one yesterday because that
really
is
trouble.
That is vintage George kind of stuff. And you get to this point, Salk, and we'll see what the next 42 games look like. And I think the beauty of yesterday is elite teams, playoff teams, championship teams to win games in different ways. I don't think my eyes have ever seen any caliber of a championship team really in any sport that is just a one-dimensional, we got to do it this way. They all call it, in football, you call it complementary football, right? Complementary ball. Our offense got to complement the defense. Defense got to complement the offense. And, the same is true in baseball. Certainly down the final stretch of a baseball season, you better play some complementary ball. And if the bats aren't super productive and the runs aren't flowing, then you got to be like Felix was every start and give up 1 run or less. And yesterday it was less. Yesterday was a goose egg, and what a great way to start this 9-game set.
Yeah, it's almost like I tried to talk to McDonald about this, but he didn't really want to engage on it, which is fine. I forget who it was who had mentioned to us something about it was Bert Breer, who was talking about when you find yourself in a different style of game.
Yeah.
And I believe that. Maybe Coach doesn't. I believe it. I believe that each game you play in, certainly in football, has its own style. Some of them are going to end up being high scoring. Some of them are going to be low scoring. And it's not just because of the quality of the offense or the defense. Some games just take on their own personality that day.
And the matchups, I think sometimes just the personnel matchups of your personnel and maybe some areas that aren't your greatest strengths might be their greatest strengths.
But don't you think 2 teams can play in football in one part of the year and it's a low-scoring affair, and then they can play later in the year and it's the opposite? Like, some games just take on their own personality. Yeah, matchups have something to do with it, but they're just weather. Things just change. Some games are like that. And yesterday, surprising maybe because of where they were and the heat and all of that, was just one of those tight, low-scoring games. I thought Dean Kramer was awesome. He was very good yesterday. I mean, we talk about when you tip your cap to the opponent versus being mad at your own lineup. I wasn't mad at the Mariner lineup yesterday. I thought Kramer was phenomenal.
Yeah, that guy has been streaky. He has put out outings like that, and then he kind of has other ones that are a little bit of a blow up, and thus the numbers are where they are. Yeah, he was. I think both him and George just kind of knew. To your point, I think they both kind of picked that ball up each inning and were like, "Yep, I got to shove here."
Yep, it's just one of those days.
The other guy's going to do it.
It's just one of those days where we're going to go back and forth. And George was awesome, and really. Look, I could very easily spend the next few hours talking about Josh Naylor and my new love affair. I love him. And the fact that it was him and Randy yesterday just made me like even happier. Like,
do you love him because you fancy yourself a little, Josh?
I didn't
just love him because maybe you were that guy. Maybe you weren't the biggest and the strongest and the fastest, yet you just kind of got things done. So you love him because you just got a little edge.
Yeah, I relate to him. Yes. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not trying to deny it in any way. I absolutely relate to him. Just from the outside, I don't know him, but just like from the outside, relate to what I see more than any other player I can think of in a long time.
Yeah.
Like I relate to him.
I'm kind of tired of this narrative too, that he's just some unathletic bump on a log. Like that dude plays a great first base. I mean, he is.
I mean,
I don't know.
Numbers don't show that necessarily.
I don't know if his range. I don't know if he can elevate. I don't know if he can. But anything that's around him, any ball that's thrown to him, any play that he's got him, like he. And then obviously the stolen bases are another thing. Like if you're Rowdy Tellez speed, which I guess supposedly, he's a slightly better than, you don't steal 20 bags. I mean, he's kind of sly as a fox, sneaky as a fox.
But weren't you laughing yesterday when Julio got thrown out stealing? Like this guy is, if you race those two guys from first to second, I mean, Julio would be at second base before Naylor took 4 steps. And yet, Julio's tossed out, not easily, but like Julio was dead meat on that. You could see it all the way. Whereas Naylor, he didn't get caught.
Yep.
It really is remarkable. And I know there's a lot more that goes into it than just speed, but it's pretty crazy when you see Julio caught knowing that he's in, what percentile is Julio in for sprint speed, Lyle? It's certainly in the 90s, right? 98th, 97th percentile for sprint speed. Where's Julio?
Give me 1 sec. I'll look it up.
Just look that up if you can. I know it's in the 90s, and I would be willing to bet it's in the high 90s. He's one of the fastest players in the entire game. Gunned down at second base, but Josh Naylor trottling around, no problem.
93rd percentile.
All right, 93rd. Maybe it's down. What was it last year?
It was Julio was at 96.
Okay, yeah. So I mean,
Lyle's good on that Savant, isn't he?
Yeah,
I mean, he just gets right in there.
He's able to look at baseballsavant.com. It's very impressive.
Fast.
I mean, he's
so fast.
Very impressive, dude. And his dad and brother are going to be here later today.
Yeah, what time are they coming? I heard 9:58. Is that what I heard? 9:55.
Right as the show ends.
Yes.
You're gonna oversleep.
Yes.
What time is your dad show up and your brother?
I think like the 8:30 segment, somewhere between 8:30 8:45.
Okay, and can you remind me who was it who said I was harder on you? Your mom or your dad?
Dad.
It was your dad, right? Me and your mom had more of the connection. She kind of agreed with me.
Yeah, my mom thought.
I had more connection with the mom.
No, my mom thought you were harder on me.
Oh,
than
okay,
Brock.
good. Oh, your dad was the one who was like, "Hey,
your
we
dad
tried to
said
teach
Salk's
him."
right. We tried to teach him
good.
these things.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll bond then when he gets here. I'm looking forward to that a little bit later this morning. And your brother, who's called into the show as well, Air Force, right? So, yeah, that's pretty cool. We'll have those guys in a little bit later and have some fun with them. First place though, Brock. And I saw one of these rankings, I think it was Yahoo's power ranking. And I'm like, you got the Astros a spot or two ahead of the Mariners. Like, what are we doing?
They've done it. They've been there and they've done it.
I know, but this team hasn't been there and done it. Taylor Trammell and Cooper Hummel and some of the other guys they haven't been there and done it. That is to me just a case of looking at the standings a few days ago and saying, okay, well, this team's ahead of them, so there you go. Like, that's just lazy. You can't tell me you can look at these two teams and think the Astros are a better team.
Yeah, Lyle sent Larry Stone's tweet from last night. Does it feel like the Mariners have chased down the Astros in the way that the Astros chased down the Mariners last year?
No.
Doesn't quite feel that way.
It doesn't.
10 feels different than 7, and yet you've made up 7 games in, less than 35 days?
Yeah. It doesn't feel that way necessarily to me, partly because it feels to me as if the Mariners were the ones more responsible both years. That they were more responsible for for giving it up last year and more responsible for chasing down the Astros this year. And maybe that's because I'm here. Maybe if I was doing radio in Houston, I'd feel differently. But I don't know. Maybe it's also just because I felt like this Houston team was going to come back to earth. What they did last year was some smoke and mirror, or earlier this year was smoke and mirrors. I just don't think they're that good.
Salk, you know what? You've said that a lot this week.
I know, but that's how I feel. That's how I don't think they're that good. And I don't think any of the teams in the American League are that good.
Does Heather ever say that to you? Mike, you've said that to me enough this week. I got it.
No.
No,
Heather's
she never says that.
No, she's been repeating herself. She was mad about it. She like told me the same story three times yesterday. She told me something she had already told me.
CTE.
I know. I don't know. Maybe. And so I kind of was like, Heather, what's going on? Like, you've already told me these stories. Maybe because she's on the East Coast. I don't know. And then she kind of pouted about it. And it's like I was FaceTiming with the kids and I was like, where's mom? And she was like, you guys are just being mean because I keep repeating myself. I was like, oh no. I guess I won't say anything. I don't know. I felt really bad about it. Yeah.
You just did.
Huh?
You just did say something.
I know.
That's a lie.
I know.
She's not listening. Don't worry about it.
No, listening. She doesn't even listen when she's in town. Why would she be listening while she's in Connecticut? You crazy? We'll come back with everything you need to know. Shannon Drayer will join us from Baltimore. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 seattlesports.com.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Pitch swung on. That's roped. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh. Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Today, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
All right, guys, now's the time. We do talk about it all throughout the year, but roofing season is definitely upon us now, right? What makes it so? Well, the long, dry days. Roofing crews realistically working sun up to sundown, cranking out projects all over the region. And yeah, Riverside Roofing obviously is leading the charge. They're local here in Marysville, but they serve the entirety of Western Washington, doing awesome, amazing work. They've earned my recommendation. They've earned industry awards like GAF Master Elite's President's Club, a status fewer than 1% of roofing companies can achieve. That's right. Get a roofing quote in less than 60 seconds. Use Quick Quote. It's right at riversideroofingllc.com, and it'll pop up as soon as you go on their website. And then during the roofing job, your yard, driveway, totally clear of debris because they use the catch-all system. It's awesome. Behind the national accolades, just a family company from right here in Marysville, built upon important local values, and you know the big one, trust. That's why I always say it. Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust.
Top Fitness Stores, the Puget Sound's premier fitness equipment store, is having a summer sale. Right now, they're offering the Inspire FT2 functional trainer at $2,000 off. Check out Precore's new 500 series treadmills and ellipticals. They're also offering the Inspire T5 fold-up treadmill at $500 off. Do you have an empty room in your house? Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and they'll do a complete fitness room design. Top Fitness also has the flooring to complete the fitness space you dream of. As always, get the best advice and service from the team of experts at Top Fitness with professional delivery and assembly. It's no secret that everyone from personal trainers to professional athletes loves Top Fitness. From simple items like weights and accessories to complete home gym packages. Check out the summer event now. Top Fitness has locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment. Your time is money. Stop wasting it in I-5 gridlock. Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I really like that win for the Mariners yesterday. One of my sneaky favorites of the year. It wasn't back and forth. It wasn't a blowout. It was just a 1-0 win, but it was fun to watch George Kirby dominate. He does it differently, I think, than any of the other pitchers on this team. I know they all throw big fastballs and all that, but his ability, like, when some of the other guys are on, you can really see it, right? You're like, I don't know how anybody hits that guy. When Kirby's on, there's even a part of me that's like, God, I'm surprised they're not able to catch up with it. But he must hide it well or something, because he was phenomenal yesterday. Really, really good. Goes 7 innings, doesn't allow a run, 3 hits, 7 strikeouts, no walks, of course. He was awesome.
The 1-2 swung on and miss. The high heat upstairs. 4th strikeout for Kirby. There's 2 away here in the 5th.
No, that was Kobe Mayo. Tough day for him, along with everybody else. Sorry, Lyle. And then there was even just a little bit of offense. Not much, but first inning, our guy got it done.
The stretch and the pitch, swinging a line drive up the middle into right center field for a base hit. Randy rounding third, being waved in. He'll score up, but the ball is noted. The throw will go into second. Josh Naylor with a 2-out RBI single. And the Mariners have a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning. And the Mariners with some fans right behind their third base dugout.
Yeah, well, that was all they would need, Brock. It held up.
Performances, all. You know what else was just resonating in my 5 head yesterday? Some of the thoughts of Jeff Passan with us in the American League, and to go for it, because that Baltimore team, it's got a lot of pieces. You know, if it were a football team, it's one of those teams you look at and go, they've had some injuries, but the core. But the group, man, there is some talent there. That's a team that I would like to manage one day, because there's a lot of players and a lot of young players, but they have struggled immensely. Something's just off. It was just wrong. It didn't work. And their free agent additions all busted, and it's just not been their year. And yesterday just kind of reinforced that, and reinforced why these Mariners were so aggressive, and why Suarez is here, why Naylor is here, why they made those moves, because this American League is wide wide
Yeah,
open.
and you never know how long those things are going to last. It
That's
looked
right.
a year or so ago, it looked like the Orioles were ready to, dominate and be one of the better teams in the league for the next few years. Instead, they take a massive, massive step back.
And you got to take advantage.
Yeah, do you know what was going? I actually kind of like the interesting decision. They went with Bizzardo in the 8th yesterday rather than Brash, and I don't know why, but I kind of liked it. I would assume the goal is to keep this pen as fresh as possible before you go to New York and Philly. The heat was obviously intense. Munoz had a little issue in the 9th inning. But I just got to imagine you're trying to keep those guys both as fresh as possible. And maybe Munoz is off tonight, and maybe Brash closes the game tonight, and you find a way to just not use them both every night.
9 games in 9 days, and you were facing the bottom of that 9 in that 8th inning.
Right.
Right. I think if it was, I texted you. I think if that had been Gunnar Henderson and the top dogs at the top of the lineup, I don't know if you see Bizzardo, but getting a chance to see 6, 7, 8, 9. Gave you an opportunity to do that, throw Spire, and then
I thought it was great. If you can get through that inning without having to use Brash, and I just thought that was wonderful yesterday. It's a gamble. I mean, you could lose the game, but I thought it was a gamble that was worthwhile, and it paid off, I think, for them quite a bit. 8 in a row, 10 of the last 11 for the Mariners now. Unbelievable.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
And yeah, they're now in first place. How about that? The Red Sox just put a whooping on the Astros last night. So, M's and Stros tied atop the division. The Mariners currently own the tiebreaker by virtue of being 5-4 against them. They do play one more time in September. 3 games to play near the end of the year. It's amazing. It's really amazing what they've done. Tim Kirchin thinks they're as good as anybody.
Well, the Mariners are certainly good enough to go to the World Series in the American League. And that's never happened before, so it would be a really big deal if the Mariners can do that. And I think, given all the Dodger injuries, even though there's much greater strength in the National League, the starting pitching that the Mariners have, and their 1 through 6 in the order is the best I've seen in Seattle in 25 years. I think they're not only good enough to get to the World Series, I think they can win the World Series. That's got people in Seattle excited, and well, it should, because this is a different look to the Mariners because of the corner infielders that they added. Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez give them a very formidable lineup now.
Wow. Not just get there, but win it. From Timmy Kirchin's lips to God's
And I would
ears.
think anybody who gets there can win it. I mean, that's sort of how it goes, right? In a 7-game series in baseball, anything can happen. I think that the National League teams would still probably be favorites. But of course, if you get there, you can win it. That's how this whole thing works. Yankees win, Blue Jays win, but Tigers lose to the White Sox. They gave back an early lead. So Mariners also just a game and a half out of a first-round bye situation. And I did notice this yesterday, Brock, MLB Pipeline. Remember we talked through the top 9 guys in the system were all in the top 100. You know who the 10th player was in their system? The new catcher, Luke Stevenson, who was the 35th pick in this past year's draft. Ty Pete, 12. Nick Becker, the new shortstop, was 13.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Yeah, don't forget about the Seahawks. They ended up practicing for 2.5 hours yesterday, despite the heat. Still no Olu. So Jalen Sundell continuing to work with the ones. How do you feel about Sundell?
Excuse me, did you say heat?
Dude, it was legit hot here.
What? Like what?
It's not even
Like
about
90?
It was over 90. I would just tell you, and we had some texters agree with me. For whatever reason yesterday, I know it's been hotter here. It felt as hot as I could ever remember yesterday.
Was it a dome? Were you in a heat dome?
No, just every time we went outside, the sun was like scorching hot yesterday. I don't know what was going on.
I would expect to hear that from a lot of people.
I don't complain about the heat.
I never want to hear that out of your mouth.
I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining about it, but it was very hot yesterday.
You go for a good run?
I did not.
Family's out of town?
No, that's not what I did yesterday. No, I didn't do that. No.
That's one. Those are the ones you need. You need some of those grueling days. And I'm sure Mike McDonald was thrilled to get it because you don't get a lot of really hot days, especially down there at the VMAC off the lake. There's typically always a little bit of a breeze. I can promise you it's going to be hotter and more humid in Green Bay next week. And I bet some of those boys are going to say, give me that 90-something in Seattle versus the humidity there. But, yeah, good grinder, no Olu. It did look like K9 was back at least doing some things, and that's good news because that boy's got to compete, man. I think Charbonnet, honestly, and that was my proclamation yesterday, earns a little bit more of the trust of a new offensive staff, and I bet you old K9 smells that out, and he's going to have to go
too
for
much
it here in
coaching.
a
You
couple
can't call
weeks.
these guys boys. K9 is like he's a man. You can't say that.
That young man.
There you go. You're doing too much coaching with the high school kids. Too much coaching.
I'm not bringing up my coaching.
I know, but I'm
There
going
was
to
no
bring
bell
it up.
yesterday.
I'll bring it up here for good reason.
Just
It's,
because
that's
you know,
everything
I'm
you need to
wearing
know.
My coaching gear, which
see
I'll
it.
probably wear every day.
It's
Since
kind
I'm
of
not
a
getting
weird
paid.
two-tone blue. I generally like a lot of your gear. I don't know about that one. That one
Yeah,
doesn't.
it's just got this
I
pattern.
don't know about that one. That one doesn't do it for me.
Over the heart, right?
Yeah, okay, it's all about the heart.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's all about the heart. All right, Seahawks are going to play Kansas City. Man, did you watch any of the Kelsey brothers Taylor Swift stuff as Jason gave the big intro for Taylor? Did you see any of it? It's hilarious.
Actually, no.
He gives this huge
So
intro.
I watched real football.
Well-
I watched Hard Knocks.
Oh, I didn't do any of that.
I watched tape.
This only
I
took
watched real
12 seconds,
football.
though. This was not very long. This is just a clip because it doesn't come out until later tonight. But he gives her this big intro, right? Like all of her Grammy Awards and this and that. And she comes on.
Oh, she was on their podcast?
She's going to
She was
be.
on the show?
It
Oh,
comes up
oh.
tonight. Yeah, that's where she released that she's having a new album and stuff.
Nice.
Anyway, she's like, well, this is a big male-driven audience, and if there's one thing I know about like a lot of male-driven, viewers in this country, what they want is more of me on their screen. So it's pretty funny. She gives a pretty good nod to like understanding the situation, and I don't know. It looks like it's actually going to be pretty entertaining. I'm not a big podcast guy, but I may actually have to go watch this. I don't know.
I think this is going to be the most listened to podcast in the history of any podcast episode ever.
I think so too. I think I'll based on what I saw from the clips. I'm kind of interested.
More than Trump and Rogan, you think, Lyle?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, interesting.
That'll be an interest. I'm sure that Trump would disagree with you on that. That's just my guess. I don't know.
You know, because he made it so everyone doesn't like her.
I'm just going to guess that he would disagree with that statement, Lyle. But hey, if you want to fight with the president, that's on you. We'll be back with Shannon Drayer next on Brock and Salt.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here, and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
All right, Mike Salk here. Luxury waits, and it really does. I got to go out there. I went on the tour. The new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is insane. The hotel is so nice. The spa's awesome. The pool is even better. The rooms are beautiful, and they're now open for booking at snocasino.com. And the new sports bar, wide open, looking at the whole view of the valley. It is just unbelievable. Big, expanded, non-smoking gaming floor as well. You got to get out there. Go to snocasino.com for more. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. So he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. NC 23 while supplies last.
When businesses thrive, communities score. That's why Bank of America is the official bank of FIFA World Cup here in Seattle. And our more than 95 local business specialists are ready to help your business win. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
You've heard the saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression. Since 1926, my family's been helping local businesses make great first, second, and long-term impressions. We know how to make your company look good with quality uniforms, logoed apparel, floor mats, linens, and more. If you're paying for linen service or doing it yourself, let's have the conversation. The information and quote are free, but the savings and service can really add up. Visit suplinen.com. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's see. Let's go to Baltimore. Shouldn't we go to Baltimore and have an opportunity to talk to our gal, Shannon Drayer, our Mariners insider extraordinaire? Shannon, good morning. It seemed hot there last night, huh? Poor Munoz. I didn't think he was going to make it out there.
Well, thankfully he did. That was a little bit scary, and it was just kind of interesting to see how they dealt with the situation. I don't think I've ever seen a trainer come out and give them a packet of something and a drink of water, and they go right back off again. But it did the trick for Munoz, and hopefully we don't run into that again.
Well, I love what he said after the game as well with that. Shannon, he said, I've dealt with that before, and in the past I just kind of went through it, and I think this is a level of maturity. Like, hey, man, I don't mean to slow the game down, but if something's not right and I'm not right, I'm going to say something about it to get myself right.
And do you think the Trent Thornton incident from earlier this year had something like in the back of his mind, like, hey, I need to pass out here like Trent did. If I gotta get some water, get some water on the mound. I mean, whatever.
I think so, and I think it also really jumped out at him because he said that this has only happened once really to him before, and it was right here in Baltimore. So, right away identified what it was. They were able to clear it up. He told him what he needed, and off they went.
Yeah. All right, Shannon, what are we watching right now? Is this confidence? Is it focus? Is it just talent, timing, playing against some mediocre competition? Like, what are we watching? 8 games, 8 wins in a row, and 10 of 11. What are we seeing?
Still trying to put all that together, but I think there's a lot that comes into play there, and a lot of it is a lot of what you just said. There's confidence that I think followed a big change, which followed confidence that was expressed in them, which is when you make those moves, you're expressing that confidence in the team that you have. And then there's also a part that's going to be harder to put together. But how did they set themselves up for that? What are some of the things that were done in the first 3 months of the season that have led to where they're at right now? And I do think that a good amount of it is some of the decisions that we saw that were made during the season that you kind of scratched your head about. A lot of times that was in how you were using a player in a certain situation. And how much of that has helped get the team to where they are right now. We know that Dan Wilson has been very steadfast in a lot of the changes that he's made or the players that he has stuck with. Has that paid off? Are we seeing that pay off in certain situations? And I think probably one of the best examples of that is, you know what, with the young kids, we are going to take the lumps. We are going to ride the wave that comes with them. And lo and behold, you have got a kid that is one of the youngest, literally one of the youngest players in Major League Baseball at the bottom of the order in Cole Young, in that we've had you out there. We're going to throw you out there almost every day, and you're going to get your legs under you and hopefully continue to progress. And that's what we've seen. And at the same time, since then, we have seen, because the way the lineup is, and what we saw earlier was a lot of wholesale switches that were made for left, right early on in the season. You saw Dan Wilson using the entire bench during the season. He's edited that. You know, he's taken that down to, you know, maybe you're leaving 2 players on the bench the majority of the time. And now you are taking that opportunity with a Cole Young at the bottom of the lineup, now that the pitchers are very much in their games, now that some pitchers are much more competitive than they were at the beginning of the year, and the situations are getting bigger. You are seeing him sit Cole Young against some of the tougher lefties, which I think is benefiting him and the lineup. So I think that there perhaps was a little bit of method to some of the madness that we saw early that is also contributing to what we're seeing. But I think the biggest thing that you're seeing right now, I think it does go back to the confidence, and it's taken a lot of different parts to put that confidence in place.
Shannon, was last night also kind of maybe a healthy reminder to all of us that you can talk about this lineup all you want, but there's a group of pitchers and a staff that for the last couple of years has been pretty darn dominant and helped elevate everybody else around them. Was last night also a little reminder that these final 42 games are very much going to be defined by that starting pitching.
Well, you hope they are. They need to be. And we have not seen that in any consistent manner this year. And that's been the tough thing to see. Of course, the good thing that we've seen is the offense has said, hey, we can do some things too. So we've seen just as many games where the offense has definitely carried it, and they've needed to. But with the starting pitching in particular, and I think it's going to be tougher to get this out of the bullpen and how they're going to figure that out. Somebody is going to have to pop at some point and be that guy. But I do think that with the starting rotation, the potential for every one of those guys in there, including Bryce Miller coming back, to be the guys that they have been in the past and to be the guys that when the national people look at this team, they still think they're there. We've seen it from the beginning of the year. We've seen it throughout the year. Oh, Seattle's got the pitching. Well, yeah, kind of, sort of, but they haven't been performing like that. We've known it, watching it close up, that the rotation hasn't quite been what it's been before. I think it's still all there in front of them. I think George Kirby is showing that. I think George Kirby is pretty much back to where he has been in the past, doing it a little bit differently, and that's fine. I think Logan Gilbert still has a little ways to go. I think Luis Castillo has been incredibly consistent throughout the year in who he is, and I think that's been a little bit elevated from who he has been with the Mariners for the most part. But it doesn't matter when it clicks in, as long as it clicks in between now and the end of the season. And I think that is all there for them.
I'm glad you mentioned Castillo. We're going to spend some time talking about him tomorrow before his start and the kind of year he's had. But I got to ask you, Shannon, and this probably won't surprise you. You know me, and you know some of the players that I've had fondness for over the years. Is it any surprise to you that I am just in love with Josh Naylor? I love the way he plays the game. I love the attitude. I love everything about this guy so far. What is your read? I mean, I haven't met him. I haven't been around him. What is your read being in the clubhouse on who is Josh Naylor?
He's a little bit like a Rosa Reina, that he's going to be quiet in the clubhouse and he's going to be really, on for the game. And we see it in his play. And it's been so fun to discover who he is as a player. The first thing we notice is, oh, here's a big guy who's stealing bases. This is fun. Well, he hasn't stolen bases at that rate before. His previous high in a year was 10. He's already done that and more as a Mariner. So you're trying to figure out, okay, well, what's that? You've liked him as a hitter, and he's been that guy, I think, at the plate. Watching him defensively is, you look at him and, wait, how do you get over to second base? I mean, he's a first baseman. He is a defensive first baseman. His footwork is very good. And again, okay, big guy, good footwork. This is interesting. Able to stretch and save some throws from J.P. Crawford that you don't think he has any business saving. No problem. You see him just, the way that he is able to get off of the bag and plug up the hole on the right side when he needs to is pretty impressive. So everything that we see that we like, I hear he is very vocal in the dugout during games, which is great because that's one of the questions I had about him early on when we saw the work that he was putting in early down on the field by himself and the hitting coaches. And I'm thinking to myself, is there any Justin Turner in there that he's talking the hitting to behind the scenes? And it sounds like he is, particularly during games and in his observations. And I think that's wonderful. I think that is something that they have needed too. And then there's that edge to him that I'm sure you love. It's been an interesting player to watch. And the question that I have for him, and I haven't been able to get to him to ask that, is we're talking about everything that he's done for the Mariners. I'm wondering what the Mariners are doing for his performance because it is elevated right now. And I'd love to get his thoughts on that. That's coming. We'll get there. But just an intriguing player and one that has absolutely been a difference maker since he's come over.
Shannon, permission to ask freely 2 personal questions?
Jeez.
Oh, boy.
Say no, Shannon. Say no.
Right now in
Baltimore. I feel
Baltimore.
that's not really an option.
Just say no.
No.
Right now in Baltimore, it is a real field temperature of 105 degrees. You've banked some time out on road trips before. What do you do on days like this? Do we DoorDash the blue crabs in? Do we even leave the hotel? What do we do in these kind of conditions?
So I have this theory that short people are not good in the heat.
How'd you develop that?
And I play because I have actually been hospitalized a couple of times with heat-related illnesses.
Whoa.
So I get a little bit more. And then somebody told me, and I don't know if this is real or not, you just don't have as much surface area to get rid of the heat. So we're going with that.
That's why thin people are notoriously worse in the heat than fat people. Yeah. I'm sure that's it.
I don't know. I mean, I need answers sometimes, and sometimes you just go with what they tell you. So, Brock, I play defense in this weather.
yeah, perfect. Okay, number 2.
There are no blue crabs because they dip those in Old Bay, which is nothing but salt, which would not. You don't, just it's playing protect, and the air conditioning is very nice in the hotel.
There we go. Good. We also know you're a music aficionado. We've learned that through these years of discussions with you. Are you a Swiftie at all? And will you be tuning into her podcast with the Kelsey brothers tonight?
I am not a Swiftie, but I very much admire what she has done, and I love that the Swifties. I think it's a good thing. I've got friends, relatives, and whatnot who are, and it's fun to see them come back from a show and how pumped up they are. And how have you been dragged to a Taylor Swift concert yet?
Me? I have. I went a couple of years ago when she was here. It was awesome. It was super fun.
That's right, Brock.
No, Shanny, no.
No, Brock can't go because the president says she's not good anymore.
I think you need to go. From everything I've heard, I think you need to go.
No, the president says she's done, so Brock can't go. Sorry.
Stop it.
Brock said that Taylor's not big anymore. Nobody likes or cares about her. She's not even a big deal. So Brock's not going to go.
This is the danger.
Okay.
This is the danger, Shannon.
Right.
This is the danger when you open the personal door. So
You did it.
kicks it down, just barges right in.
You don't have
one who
bracelets,
opened
Brock?
it.
I think Brock needs some bracelets. I mean, I think you would just get a lot of joy out of one of these.
Yeah.
And yeah,
The bracelets
I
were
mean,
awesome.
look at what it did to Salk.
Yeah, the bracelets thing was great. It was such a cool community.
He loves his
element to it.
memorabilia. He's got 15
I don't have
of them
any.
up
No,
there.
I didn't do it, but I thought it was cool that other people did.
Great appreciation for what she has done in that regard.
Love it.
All right. Shannon, thank you. Have fun. It's a tough road trip, and I know there's some even worse weather coming and all that, so we'll see what they're able to get done. But
I'm going to be honest with you. When I got back to the hotel room, it was just like checking one off of the trip. It's like, yes, I survived.
This is a tough
because
one.
the entire trip's going to be like this.
Well, they keep playing like this, you won't even notice because they are playing some unbelievable baseball. Best I can remember. I know they've had better streaks, longer streaks, etc., but this lineup is very, very legitimate. I guess that's the only word I can use, and it makes the wins really feel like it's not smoke and mirrors. So, Shannon, thank you. Enjoy, and we'll talk to you probably next week.
You've got it, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
there
Shannon.
you go. You brought up the Taylor Swift thing, Brock. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't mean to get into it.
Okay, two quick things. We've got Blue 88. This is true about dogs, right? Releasing heat, they only do it through their paws and their mouth. It's
Yeah,
why
their
mouth is
tongue.
constant. Is that right?
Yeah, they can't sweat.
Correct. So that's why the tongue is out and the paws are up. And, Okay, good. I just want confirmation of that. I forget my second one, so let's just get to Blue 88. Here we go. Blue 88. Go ahead, Lyle, hit it.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I found my second one.
Was it as good as the first? Because the first was great.
Circle back. Yes. Where do you think Josh Naylor went to high school? What was the name of Josh Naylor's high school?
Up in Ontario. Where's he from? Like Mississauga?
Mississauga,
Yeah.
Ontario. What was the
How about the
name
fact that
of
I just
his-
pulled that? Can I
That's
get a
a
little
great pull.
credit?
That's a
He's
great
from
pull.
Mississauga.
Here
I don't know the name of the high school.
That would be St. Joan of Arc Catholic Secondary School.
Yeah, St. Joan of Arc.
Ooh,
No wonder he's such a tough guy.
That's exactly right.
Miss of Arc, as they say in Bill and Ted's. I love that. Miss of Arc. All right, question number 1, Brock, Blue 88. I'm going through the most intriguing Seahawks, the top 20 most intriguing Seahawks. We'll have, number 18 today. Who is the most intriguing on the roster from players 50 through 90? So sort of the back end guys that might make it at the end of the roster.
Yeah, let me look up homeboy's name because
You're really killing this today. Thanks for putting in all the effort
There we
ahead of
go.
time. Yeah.
No. You get personal and things go crazy.
Oh.
This was an intriguing player. You know that I love Kansas State, right? I love Kansas State
do.
players. I always have through these years. I've also had an affinity for Utah players because I've gotten a pretty good sense of Kyle's program. It's actually been one of the few that's had tremendous stability, so you kind of know what you're going to get, right? I really like Marquise Blair. Didn't work out, unfortunately. You know, I loved him as a hitter and a guy that could come downhill. They play a lot of man-to-man coverage. They're very demanding physically of their guys. And they had this player a couple years ago, he was like a gazelle at defensive end. And his name was Connor O'Toole. And he was a track guy, a 300-meter hurdler from New Mexico. And this, again, is what Utah's got to do. They've got to, kind of like the Rays and the A's, they've got to find gems in different spots. And so they take this guy because he's 6'4", he's 210, he's athletic, he's raw as can be, but he can run. And then he played behind some pretty good DNs there at Utah and was iron sharpen iron an awful lot. And he got better and he got better. Now he went undrafted. I believe he got the biggest bonus of any of the Seahawk rookies, which is a tell that this guy's going to get every opportunity to make this team at the bottom of the roster or make the practice squad. He had a good first game. He had a really good day yesterday, as did some of the other young defensive ends by all the eyewitness testimony out there. Keep an eye on Connor O'Toole this weekend, Friday. And then obviously the final game in Green Bay is just one of those. And you find guys like this. You can find edge guys in the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, even undrafted at times. As much as a limited supply, you find unique guys with unique traits, and his speed is unique. Keep an eye on Connor O'Toole with these Seahawks.
All right, question number 2. I think I know the answer to this, but Matt Stafford, Olu Timmy, Jonathan Hankins, they all have something in common. Back injuries?
Yep.
Yeah. What do you make of what's going on with those three?
And the challenge, and yours truly had that at the end of my career. Had it for a lot of my career, unfortunately, with this little pars fracture. Turns out I had in my lower spine, which was fairly problematic for some of the stiffness it created in your boy right here.
Mm-hmm.
The challenge with this is every one of these are different, and we have seen this here in Seattle. We have seen the spine stuff, right? We saw it with Cliff Averill. We saw it with Cam Chancellor. Right? We have spinal stenosis is kind of one of these broad terms that they will use with kind of a narrowing of the spine. So the reality is, if you took an MRI of the 90 football players, right? If you put them in MRI tube one after another, and you took 90 MRIs of their backs, and then you took, 100 people or 90 people on the berm and took an MRI of their back, it would be really clear the ones, and now maybe some of the folks that work in, as longshoremen or just heavy machinery.
It just works hard on your back.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
And it's also really hard to predict.
And really hard to fix.
Stafford can go get an epidural, and all of a sudden he feels great the next day, and then you try to move and you tweak it. Big Hank, I think, unfortunately, probably came in here and had to do a conditioning test or do something, and it's not just a little tweak. Something's going on there with Hankins. So, the hard part is trying to project just when an Olu with Timmy is going to be back. No pun intended. Not easy to do.
All right, question number 3. We get some Clint Kubiak sound. He spoke after practice yesterday. He said this.
We've put our stuff in. We're just trying to accumulate reps on the stuff we put in.
All right, so essentially saying the system is installed.
System's in, man.
Is that about the right timing?
Yeah, and it is. And again, not to go back to Shedeur Sanders last week and why I really did not like the sound and the apologists going out there like, oh, well, he's got no chance and you're setting him up for failure. No, he had all offseason, all OTAs. Right, their system was put in, and he's, obviously he didn't get a ton of physical reps. So he got to see it all, and he got to learn it all. And he's a smart, high IQ football player. And I think the Seahawks have a lot of smart, high IQ football players. And that's not just an assumption. That's what my eyes seeing. Mm-hmm. That's the guys that we have talked to on our show here. It was yesterday, Torrey Horton, talking about, I don't want to be a mistake repeater. And I ran this little out route, this little stick concept, and I came out of it too fast the first time, and I ran into trouble, and this time I had an awareness. This time I had my eyes up. This time I had my brain working. This time I'm reading and processing the defense. I like to tell, I'm not going to say my football team. I like to tell football players that everybody on a football field processes. It's not just the quarterbacks. Mm-hmm. Oh, how's the quarterback process? How's the receiver process? How's the left tackle process? How's the center? How's the linebacker? How's the safety? Right? Every one of these guys has to process information. Some a little more than others. Quarterback the most, but you've got to be able to handle it. And from Cooper Kupp to Drew Lock to Torrey Horton to Gray Zabel, go through the list. A.J. Barner, these guys, you can talk to them. They talk ball. They know ball. Mm-hmm. They've got a feel for ball, and it's why a system can go in 3.5 weeks, and now it's all about the fine-tuning.
All right, that is today's Blue 88, 3 football questions with Brock every morning at 7:45, and we'll go to Kansas City, talk to our buddy Carrington Harrison, just because they're playing the Chiefs, and Carrington's fun. He does a great radio show in the afternoons there, so it's always fun to catch up with him, so we'll do that at 8:30. This was the Taylor Swift thing, since you brought it up again. So she's on the podcast with the Kelseys that comes out, today at 4 o'clock, something like that. And Jason gives her this huge intro, like he's basically going like WWE in the intro, right? Of like all of her Grammy Awards and everything she's done. And this is her response.
As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast. Yeah. And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
It's pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Right?
Pretty
You gotta,
good.
I just, here, for me, it has nothing to do with Taylor Swift. I just appreciate anybody who recognizes kind of what their effect is, and some of the people that don't like them, maybe even for no reason, and then finds a way to kind of have fun with that and not get upset.
A very endearing trait in all of life that unfortunately has been a little bit lost is being able to laugh at yourself.
Right.
and poke fun at others, right? And do it in just it's a locker room environment. It's being able to mix in there. It's making fun of the situation, making fun of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
The more of that you do, typically the more endearing you become.
Yeah. So I don't have any specific affinity for her, but I just thought that kind of cracked me up. And so, I don't know. I think I kind of want to see what life is like for the Kelceys and Taylor Swift. So I'll probably
And good
watch
news
it.
for you is you're walking Green Lake today, listening to that podcast, only a high of 78 in Seattle.
Yeah, no, it's dropped. Yes, I'm telling you, man, yesterday was really hot. Yeah. Can you guys agree with me? Was yesterday like absurdly hot in the sun?
It was toasty.
All right.
Yeah, it was.
It was like hotter than it normally is at that temperature.
So
I don't know.
Let me guess. Maura tried to get on the paddleboard or something,
Of course
right? In
she
the
did.
water somehow,
Of course
some
she
way?
did.
I
Yeah.
tried.
Some way?
There was an opportunity to take a bathing suit date, and Maura did.
My dog vomited everywhere, and we cut that short.
Oh, me
early.
too.
Yeah.
Weird. That was a big vomiting day for the dogs yesterday.
Too hot.
All right, well, we'll try not to vomit or make anybody else do so while we finish up the last 2 hours of this show. Up next, we've raved about the moves the Mariners made at the trade deadline, but in thinking about it, it may actually be even better than we've discussed. I've got one more point on it. We'll give it next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because it looks grumpy. I love
Good
it.
one.
But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Michael is in his 70s, and he was dealing with an injury.
I had tears in my rotator cuff. Just the discomfort of going about everyday life. Day-to-day things were not comfortable or almost impossible, but just being inactive was troubling.
He was in a great deal of pain.
I started trying to learn how to brush my teeth with my left hand, and you can't do it. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Searching for answers, Michael found Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, where he underwent stem cell therapy.
You know, I play basketball Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and so I'm getting my shot back. It's not back to where it was, but hey, before I couldn't even do anything. So 100% improvement of what it was.
Wow, that's great to hear. Would you recommend stem cell therapy to others?
I can share without a doubt that it helped me, and I'm grateful for that.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to give you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! The general response to the Mariners trade deadline, I think this has been the most common, is unbelievable, love what they did, wish they'd been able to get another arm, right? That's sort of been the prevailing opinion, and I think we've all said it at some point. Here was Scott Braun yesterday.
I think it's more of a balanced approach. I still love the stuff of the starting staff, so I'm good there. If I had to be really nitpicky, I think the bullpen is excellent, but when I match it up against a few of the other teams that beefed up their bullpens at the trade deadline, I think it's good. Is it top 3? Not for me. Is it top 5 to 7? Sure.
Okay, so that was Scott Braun. Jeff Passan also yesterday mentioning that as well.
Like that's the way postseason baseball has gone, where more and more relief pitching has become imperative there. And half the innings in the postseason are now going to relief pitchers. So
okay, so just cutting those short a little bit. You get the idea. That's the question. And I was just thinking through it last night as I was watching the game, and obviously we've covered Josh Naylor in great detail, essentially the perfect hitter for this team and this ballpark, the perfect personality for what they needed. I really do hope he is here longer than just 2 months. Gino, obvious, his presence has added pop and makes the lineup legit, galvanized the team, even though he hasn't really done much of anything. That's okay. He will. But the one big concern was the bullpen, other than Ferguson. So did they really need to? Did they really need? So I was looking at their current bullpen, 8 guys in it, right? Munoz, Brash, Spire, Ferguson, Bizzardo, Vargas, Kowar, and Legumina. That's your 8-person bullpen right now. In the postseason, though, you only need 4 starters, right? You generally don't need all 5. You just need 4. And so at some point here, hopefully in the next week or two, you're going to get Bryce Miller back, which is going to give you somewhere between 6 and 7 starting caliber pitchers in Major League Baseball. So as you start to think about a postseason roster, and that's what this has all been about, right? What it looks like in the postseason in your pen. If you just take the 13 best pitchers you have, regardless of what they've been doing, start 4 of them and put 9 in the pen, think about what your bullpen then becomes. Munoz, Brash, Spire, Miller, let's put him there for now. Hancock, What does Emerson Hancock look like if you're saying, hey, man, throw as hard as you can for one inning and use that changeup? He might be pretty good at that for a year, and that doesn't mean he's got to do it forever. Ferguson becomes 6, and then you're going Bizzardo, Vargas, and maybe Logan Evans as a long guy. You don't really need much more help than that. That is a really, really good playoff bullpen.
Yeah, I think this exercise points to why they really only went after, I think, who they went after.
Just
right,
the
once
top-level guys.
That's right. Once they got Ferguson, it's like there's no need to bolster up anything else with a supply of any other, even good relievers.
Or at the very least, there was no need to overpay for it, right? Like, if they had been able to make a deal for Griffin Jacks or Duran or some of the other guys, even Bednar, like, I can understand it. Like, certainly it would be better to have another high leverage reliever. But I think you can afford to be a little choosier about how much you're willing to give up, because those guys are up and down. They are relievers. They're only going to pitch so many times over the course of the rest of the season. Yeah, maybe you're not going to give up a top 5 prospect, one of the near untouchables, when you have the opportunity to go do this to get through the end of the year if you want to. They're in a pretty unique position having that many starting pitchers.
Yes, and obviously that's dependent on Bryce's start tonight and coming out of that start tonight and feeling as good as he has felt all the way along. So there still are, a few boxes to check, and there still is a level of concern. This has been the time where, and especially last year, where these bullpens, this is most difficult, I think, on them. I can talk about the heat and the humidity and the guys playing in the field, and yeah, I get that. But once you start to get to 40 appearances, 50 appearances, 60 appearances, like, man, this is this is gut check time in August, and this road trip right in the midst of some of the most difficult heat and humidity you're going to face for the rest of the year. So yeah, it's 42 games from now will be a different conversation than today.
Yeah, you heard Ryan talking about that
inning,
last
right?
night, too, of how hot it was in Baltimore, specifically sitting out in that bullpen, and they're blowing the fan at you, and all it's doing is just blowing noise and hot air at you.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, I think that's well said, Brock, and I think that's probably why you saw Bizzardo to start the 8th last night instead of Matt Brash. If you have an opportunity to rest those guys a little bit, I mean, I'm sure, and Dan even said it, there was a conversation about leaving in Kirby for one more inning. And, at the same time, he's missed some time this year. You probably don't really want to stretch him any more than you have to, because he's dealing with the heat, and you don't want him to wear down either. So if you can go get an inning out of Bizzardo, and I guess, unfortunately, they had to use Spire, I think they'd rather do that and say, hey, Matt Brash, like, you're off tonight. Like, let this works out well, as you mentioned, Brock, with the bottom pocket of the lineup. Let's see if we can get, a few outs out of Bizzardo. There's a risk there, right? I mean, he's not as good a pitcher as Brash. Maybe he gives it up and now you're in a dogfight. But if it works and you can win that game without having to use both of your big dudes at the end, I think that's really, valuable. And it would not surprise me if you end up in another save situation tonight if we see Brash and Munoz isn't up at all. Right. And by the way, I think that would be great. If you don't need to use those two big leverage guys together in a game, find ways not to, because you know what? You may need Bizzardo to come in a big game, in a big spot in a postseason. And if he's got a little bit of extra experience pitching that way in the 8th inning now, great. I loved it. I actually, we've gone back and forth and talked through some of the Dan Wilson moves at times this year, and there have been a couple that were confusing. The last couple days, I think, have been magnificent. I've loved the way he's handled his bullpen. I think it's been almost it's just been tremendous. I really, really like the way he did that yesterday.
Last night, Hard Knocks was episode 2. I'm enjoying this one because I kind of like the Bills. I like Josh Allen. I like the quality of that organization, a lot of the people in it. Some of them I know, and McDermott was giving a good talk to the team as they were getting ready for their first preseason game. And he said, I go back to my high school days in this Catholic League school, and really tough. And first game of the year, the coach picks up a chair and throws it through the window in the pregame, like, and we just go out there like rabid dogs. Well, what about the second game, and the third game, and the fourth game? You're going to throw a chair through the window every single time? And his point was being consistent. And he's like, the biggest thing I can give you, and I co-sign on this immensely, and it's what Tony Dungy was the best at, why he's in the Hall of Fame. It didn't matter the circumstance. It didn't matter the peaks and the valleys. It didn't matter the ups and the downs, the injuries, any of it. He was just such steady Eddie. I think it was a great strength of the previous skipper. I really do. Ryan Divish would say that to us all the time. I think Scott was incredibly consistent, and I think following in those footsteps is Dan Wilson, who has just further empowered these players, to just really, I'm going to give you Cole Young, I'm going to give you a chance to go 1 for 21.
Well, and you can afford
to
do that
to work through it
when you've got the roster around them to allow that to happen, because they're not as important to what you're trying to do in that moment. 360 says, Salk, in theory, that looks great. However, you're asking Miller to do something he's never done before on the biggest stage, asking 2 rookies to come out of the pen in the playoffs. Yeah, you're right. But we've seen guys go and do that. I mean, the starting pitchers go into the bullpen
George
like
did
that.
a couple years
I was
ago.
going to say, Kirby was dominant when he did it. We've seen that. That's not new. Kurt Schilling, Randy Johnson, like that. And I know those guys are all-time greats. I'm not putting Bryce Miller in that category, but and if you need to start doing that near the end of the year, I think you can. You've got extra guys coming up in September. What if your extra pitcher does end up being Emerson Hancock? What if, and in Evans' case, he doesn't even need to be a leverage guy. What if he's now the long guy in the back of the pen? So I guess the point is just this. I don't know how they're going to do it. They've got options. They were in a better situation than some other teams were, where they didn't need the same, they didn't have to go out and acquire the highest leverage arm right now and overpay for it. They could afford to overpay for Naylor and overpay for Gino and all of that, maybe a little bit. But I think they put themselves in a pretty good spot to be able to do that. All right. Someone saying Robbie Ray. Yeah, Robbie was there, though, because he wasn't pitching well. That's different. Robbie was unfortunately there. No, it didn't work out so well. Not so much. All right. We're going to talk to Carrington Harrison, our buddy in Kansas City, coming up in about 20 minutes. He's awesome, hilarious, just a great radio host. We'll talk a little bit about the Chiefs, who the Seahawks will face on Friday. We'll be back with everything you need to know next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Pitch swung on. That's rolled. Left field line towards the pole. Back-to-back jacks. Cal Raleigh, Julio.
Up next, a long 9-game East Coast road trip. Today, it's the first of 3 against the Orioles in Baltimore.
First pitch at 3:35. Pregame at 2:30.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Well, we all know what happens when we assume. You don't want to be in a spot like that, and especially not with your finances and your insurance. Are you just assuming your insurer is doing right by you? Are you just assuming that you're paying the lowest rates? Well, stop with the assumptions on this Wednesday morning and go do what Molly and I did, and so many of my family and friends have done. Go take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's totally free. We heard so many First Mark Challenge victories over the years. We decided to do it, and boy, am I glad we did. Not only has it saved us significant money, and it has the last couple of years, we no longer have to assume. We know exactly what we've got covered. Here's how they do it. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you and your situation the very best fit. That's it. There's no stress. There's no confusion. Think of it this way. First Mark's your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a day longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free, and you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends over at PCF Construction. If you're seeking a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, maybe a new deck, patio cover, railings, well, my friends at PCF have you covered. This summer, well, you can enjoy 12 months of no interest and no payments. And how about this? Plus 50% off a design and architectural drawing package or up to $5,000 off an undercover system. If you're looking at your outside and saying, golly, what a beautiful summer in the Pacific Northwest, and we can't take advantage of it, well, take advantage of these offers today. If you've been wanting that new deck, that new patio cover, make the call. Get online right now and connect with my friends at PCF. You can find all the offer details. You can get project ideas, and you can browse photos at PCFgroup.com or call today at 425-629-8476. Don't let this offer pass you by. It's 425-629-8476.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, George Kirby, tremendous yesterday. As good as I can remember him, he was dominant. 7 shutout innings, 3 hits, 7 Ks, no walks. Exactly what the Mariners needed to get this road trip started right. He was able to keep the ball on the ground.
Yeah, curveballs to lefties. Just really getting down below the zone. And some sinkers kind of running off, sort of into the righties and off to the lefties. So just a constant mix of, north-south, east-to-west, kind of just a little kitchen sink. So, yeah.
Animated, pumped up version of George Kirby.
Never eat shredded wheat, Salt. Never eat shredded wheat.
Northeast, southwest?
Yeah. Is that how you remembered it?
No.
What was your line?
I don't think I ever needed a mnemonic device for that.
Seriously?
Not for northeast, south, and west.
Really?
I know that it,
there was something about never eat soggy wafers or something.
You get news. NEWS. North. Yeah. All right. Anyway, pretty fired up. Offensively, not a ton, but our guy Josh Naylor came up big.
To the stretch and the pitch, swinging a line drive up the middle into right center field for a base hit. Randy Riley, third, being waved in. He'll score up, but the ball is noted. The throw will go into second. Josh Naylor with a 2-out RBI single. And the Mariners have a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning. And the Mariners with some fans right behind their third base dugout.
Yeah, it's nice to see Naylor do that.
Salk, you know this. You know that when a team is as hot as the Mariners and getting the exposure they're getting, you're bringing in, and we're bringing in new audience. People are like, I got to be a part of this.
Mm-hmm.
This feels more substantial. As you talk about the lineup, you have national analysts all pointing to the Mariners, respected people. This is a team to contend with, maybe even for the World Series. So on a night like last night, I'm really curious how you'll answer this. Night like last night, where the offense is shut down, right? It's 1-0, you get nothing over 8 innings outside of that opening run. How do you judge the difference, and how can a casual fan judge a difference between bad hitting versus good pitching?
I don't know how to. It's a really good question.
Because I do that at times up in a broadcast booth. I'm sitting there like, okay, was that really amazing kickoff return or really bad kickoff coverage?
I mean, I think if the pitcher is making mistakes and you're not hitting them,
yes,
or you're swinging at bad pitches over
or you get
and
ahead of
over
the
again,
count,
right? Like,
and you swing out
and
of
then
the
you
zone.
get yourself out. I didn't see the Mariners get themselves out last night.
Yep.
I thought Dean Kramer was awesome. I mean, I thought he was almost every bit as good as George Kirby was. Unfortunately for him, he gives up the one stolen base. If he doesn't give up that stolen bag, it's probably 0-0, right? I mean, like, that's just the reality of it. I thought he was awesome last night.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it helps when, like, you look at the Mariner team and you know they're good hitters. Mm-hmm. It makes it a little easier to determine, right? So, yeah, I did feel like last night was more about good pitching from Kramer than it was about bad hitting from the Mariners. And every team's entitled to an off night hitting-wise against a good pitcher. Can they jump back in it tonight? And Logan Gilbert will be on the mound. Yeah, that's how I saw it last night. You?
I think that's fair. Yeah, and for me, like, the easiest way is if you work the count, and we're not hearing the whole control of the zone and everything else. It's just whatever for different reasons and in different language. But you get ahead in the count and you get an opportunity to do damage. And I thought Kramer last night, even down in the count, was throwing unbelievably quality pitch after quality pitch after quality pitch, just like George did on the other side, and it was really dominant pitching for both.
It's pretty fun. It was a pretty fun pitching tool to watch. I really enjoyed that game. One of my favorite games of the year so far.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
When you win 8 in a row, when you win 10 of your last 11, you end up in first place, and that's exactly where the Mariners are this morning. The Astros finally lost on one of these days. The Red Sox put them in their place. Just a dominant win for them.
2-touchdown loss,
yeah,
right?
not pretty. So tied, but Mariners actually right now hold the tiebreaker 5-4. The first tiebreaker is head-to-head. They're going to play 3 games against each other. I think that's not going to end up mattering unless the Astros sweep. So just looking at it, 5-4 right now. So if the Mariners win that series, obviously they win the tiebreaker. If they lose that series 2-1, they would be tied. The next one is intra-division, and the Mariners have dominated the West this year. So I think unless things change a lot in the last 40 games, the Mariners will probably have the edge over the Astros if there is a tiebreaker. So that's pretty good to see. And everyone's picking them right now. Everybody loves them. Passan said this with us yesterday.
I think they, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, guys. There's a lot of baseball left to be played. What I think the Mariners have done, though, is put themselves in as good of a position as we've seen them since the heyday. This right now is the best team that the Mariners have since the, late 90s, early 2000s? Mm-hmm. 2 decades?
Let's roll.
Yeah, right? I mean, that's a lot of love being shown for this team. And so far, at least, they've lived up to all of the hype.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Probably a little less national hype right now about the Seahawks. It's probably more akin to where the Mariners were at the beginning of this year. But I think if you're watching them, there's a lot to be excited about. And I'm excited that we're just going to get an opportunity to see Sam Darnold on the field in a game on Sunday. I just got to see it with my own eyes. That's the key to this whole thing, is what does it look like with him out there against, with this offense doing Clint Kubiak's thing. Herm Edwards says that they're a really good fit for each other.
I think he's really good in a system where he can use the running game He's a good play-action quarterback. Some quarterbacks don't like getting under center. He don't have a problem doing that. And, the thing with that is a lot of these young quarterbacks, because they don't get under center, it's very difficult at times for them to play action pass because they have to turn their back away from the defense, right? And that's what gets a lot of these young guys all of a sudden play action. I'm going with the ball fake, and all of a sudden my eyes are off the defense for about a split second. Defenses can change. But for Sam, I think it'll be good.
Yeah, I would co-sign on all that. I was with Bump and Stacy yesterday. Herm joined the show, and he is adept in this, and he knows this scheme. And I think he's pretty confident, and he'll be one of my takeaways. We'll do a little training camp takeaways here in just a few minutes as well, and everything that Herm said is real. These guys that just spend their whole life, Salk, starting in junior high and high school and in college, and nothing but the shotgun. It's amazing. I don't know what the baseball analogy would be, but it is remarkable that scooting up 6 yards and putting your hand under center and taking that snap feels like a foreign game. Like, what am I doing? Am I playing rugby now? Let me get back in 7-on-7 and get in the shotgun. Yeah, Sam, pretty darn comfortable in it, and kind of like his predecessors. Russell and Gino were phenomenal play-action ball handlers. I think Sam's pretty good at it, too, and like you said, can't wait to watch it.
All right, that is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show.
What happened? Time change.
Oh, yeah, I screwed that up. Yeah, Carrington Harrison's actually, it was my fault. Carrington's going to join us at 9:30. He's in Central Time. I was thinking 3 hours. It's only 2 hours, obviously, so I messed that up.
Those time zones get you.
Well, it got me this time. They don't usually, but it got me this time. Hey, Lyle, I asked you this morning what the record was on from the Mariners Astros. People are saying it's 5-5, not 5-4.
I thought it was 5-4. Maybe it's 5-5.
Well, all right. Well, we're telling people stuff. We gotta let's figure this out.
I counted it twice. I counted 5-4.
You counted it twice?
I went to ASU. I don't know.
All right, let's see if we can figure this out here in the break.
Well, his brother and dad are coming in, right?
I know. They're going to be here within the next half hour or so. So do we need to ask them? Would one of them be better to ask on something like this? Should we ask them to do a little work?
Well, hopefully the one in the Air Force can count.
I know, right? Yes. If he can't count, then planes don't stay in the air. That's a good point. All right, some training camp observations from Brock, some Mariner conversation. Perhaps we'll get to meet Lyle's family. It's all coming up on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Well, we've been talking all morning about how hot it's been the last couple of days, and if it's feeling like too hot in your house, it might be because you don't have enough insulation, or the insulation you have is kind of old, or maybe you don't have any. That happens sometimes with some older houses. If that's true, you got to get Crawl Pros to come out and just check it out. They'll do it all for free. They'll give you a free corner-to-corner inspection of your crawl space and attic, and if the insulation is not up to snuff, they can fix it for you. But even better than that, they can tell you which rebates you might be eligible for. Puget Sound Energy, for example, right now, if you're a PSE customer and your home was built before 1990, you could qualify to get a rebate on up to 95% of the cost to properly insulate your crawl space or attic. Yeah, 95%. So get Crawl Pros to come out. This is super easy if you're worried about water damage, mold, insulation issues, critters, anything else related to your crawl space or attic. Call Crawl Pros or visit crawlpros.com.
Progressive's Teen Driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's Teen Driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
One.
As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Overburdened with a bunch of stuff you don't want anymore, but feel bad throwing it away? John here with Happy Hauler, Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. We prioritize donating and recycling. We'll help get your items to those in need instead of going to the landfill. At Happy Hauler, we pride ourselves on responsibility, community, and sustainability. We're a family-run small business that provides junk removal, donations, and recycling. Make yourself, your community, and the planet happy. It's time to reclaim your space. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We've done some further research here, Brock, and I guess I'll start by saying shame on me. Shame on me for...
Can't trust ChatGPT, Saul.
This wasn't a ChatGPT trust. I think I would trust ChatGPT before I trust our very own Lyle Goldstein. I asked Lyle this morning, and I don't mean to sell him out. I probably, because that's what I said, it's on me. I should have double-checked.
Right.
I should have not trusted
pilot.
him to begin with, knowing his math skills and counting skills and all the problems with, those things you learn in school. But Lyle, he kind of let me down this morning, unfortunately, on the record for the Mariners against the Astros.
Let's be clear, Salk. That analogy, if you're the pilot, I'm the co-pilot, Mora's, running the plane, and Lyle's working, luggage. So
is he?
He miscounted the number of bags, unfortunately. That's the way it goes.
It is 5 and 5.
Okay, now we know. What happened?
I don't know. I miscounted. Shocker.
Can we get you in like a Billy Madison style deal where you go back through the grades starting in kindergarten and relearn everything?
I couldn't think of anything I'd rather do less or almost anything.
Really?
Wow, why did you hate school so much?
So boring. And I feel like I use none of it.
But
Well,
you do
evidently.
use it. You're choosing not to have learned it. So of course you don't use it because you didn't learn it. If you had learned counting when you were in kindergarten, it would have come in handy today going through the record of the Mariners against the Astros.
Lyle, who's your favorite poet and philosopher?
I don't know, but my favorite subject in school was recess.
Why didn't you try name a poet or philosopher, Brock? You should. I think that would have been a better way of phrasing that question.
Oh, you're still waiting on me to name one.
Brock is, yeah. What do you got? Who's your favorite poet or favorite philosopher?
Okay, hit the takeaways.
Takeaways.
I can't wait to meet your family. They're supposed to be here within the next 15, 20 minutes. I can't wait to ask them some questions about you and where this all came from.
I mean, to be fair to Lyle, I'm not really into poetry, and I did not like my philosophy class.
Got to read some John Rawls.
I've talked to people since who had, I think, better teachers than I did, and I think I may have enjoyed philosophy class, but my teacher was.
I don't think you would. I mean, I've come to love you and appreciate you.
The
but I don't think you would
explanation
have enjoyed it at
he
all.
kept giving us was like, you look at your hand in front of your face.
No.
How do you know it's a hand? Because someone told you it's a
Right.
hand. I'm like, these just sound like antagonistic jerks.
You're not a theoretical thinker. That's
No,
not the way your
I'm
mind
very
works.
much a realist.
You're very concrete.
Yes.
Yes, you're a concrete thinker.
So to be fair to Lyle, I'm not big on poetry or philosophy.
So is Lyle. Lyle's a concrete thinker too.
Yeah, which is why he's so good at math.
Like a concrete mixer.
Like there's something going on in there. It's mixing it all up, and it's never coming out. Yeah.
All right, are you guys trying to get this all out
Yes,
before
here we
his
go.
family gets here?
Yes, pretty much.
Be nice.
We
So,
know
you
they're
know
in the
what this
car
is?
right now driving here listening, so we're trying to really set ourselves
So,
up. All
can
right,
you
these
see
are
what that is?
Brock
Can you see what that
Heward
is?
training camp observations.
See what that is?
I do.
That's a calendar. Look at that calendar.
It's beautiful.
How has it already been 3 weeks of training camp? It feels like it's been 3 days of training camp. It's been 3 weeks of training camp. Yesterday was the final one in front of the public. Today, all the family and friends and of the players and coaches. Kind of a cool day. Always loved this day, being out there and watching all of it after practice, kind of celebrating the end of that stretch. Nothing really changes, frankly, for the team, quite honestly, over the next couple weeks of preparation. But since officially training camp is in the books, I'm going to give you 5 takeaways of the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
You ready? Number 1, teaching, not preaching. Just heard zero moments from Mike McDonald, from anybody that's following the team, like Brady and Bob and Greg and Hawkblogger. None of them have intimated at all that Mike McDonald's not happy with his guys. We're not heard failed conditioning tests,
Right,
not
like the
heard
yelling
late to
from
meetings,
last
not
year.
heard
Yeah.
I would cut you right now. None of that stuff. None of it. It has been a whole lot more about the teaching element. And right alongside that, and Maura made this point, I believe, the first training camp practice you guys were at, and Maura made the point out at OTAs. You can actually hear them teach because the music is not so loud and so blaring that you give coaches an opportunity to teach. And I like music.
Do you think, just jumping in there on that, do you think that's why Pete had some trouble getting good coaches under him the last few years? Because coaches come and be like, I just want to coach, but nobody can freaking hear me. It's like going out to your friends to a loud bar, and you're like, we all just want to talk to each other, but we can't. Right. We're screaming over the music. I wonder if that, I never thought about that before, but I wonder if there is something to that.
You have ample time, especially in the NFL, to still teach off the field, right? You have so much meeting time, and that is where a lot of the teaching goes, but I like the teachings also done on the football field, right? That those guys can communicate, that they can hear one another. Not every environment of every game is at the decibel level that Pete's practices are typically at. And I think Mike just throttled some of that noise down. It's still there. It's still ever present. But just overall, too, this is just a teaching group. Some do it differently. Benton's a little louder on that offensive line, right, than some of the other guys. And everyone's got their own technique and style to it. But I definitely, over 3 weeks, felt a whole bunch of teaching rather than just having to preach what the culture of this crew is about.
All right.
Takeaways.
Hey, I got some quick breaking news.
Yeah.
It's not good news, though.
Oh, crap.
It's kind of cruddy news.
Is it really?
Yeah. It's not like nobody died or anything. It's just
football
kind of
or baseball?
Football.
Yeah.
Just a minor thing. But Andy Reid there's a good chance Patrick Mahomes doesn't play this week.
Oh, come on.
That stinks, right?
That is a bummer.
Come on.
Can we get Patrick Mahomes in the darn game? Like, what are we doing?
Come on.
I mean, I guess we'll talk to Carrington about that at 9:30, but yeah, good chance Patrick Mahomes is not going to play this week. That's too bad.
You know, the other bummer with that is, and I was wrong on this, I thought that Andy Reid would do the joint practices and want to do all of that, and
none of that.
Did not.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how fun that would be today?
As the Taylor podcast was coming out,
Yes.
and they were all here?
Yes.
Oh, would have been awesome.
That's just
really too bad.
That is a bummer.
All right, anyway, there's some bad news. Sorry, no Patrick Mahomes in all likelihood on Friday night.
You know what is not bad news has been the back and forth throughout training camp. And this is my takeaway number 2. Offense won some days, defense won some days. Offense won some days, defense won some days. If you want to, honestly be a team that plays some complementary football, then your 3 weeks of training camp should probably have some days defined by more offensive execution and production and some more days defined by defensive effort and execution and production than just one side just wailing on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was that way a little bit early. Maybe it was that way a little bit in OTAs.
It's funny, it was that way every one I went to. Every time I went to practice, the defense
Maybe that
just
has
dominated.
Maybe that has something to do with the Josh Naylor that they're watching practice too. I mean, maybe that just has something to do with your optics, Salky.
No.
You don't appreciate the finer tuned things.
No, when I was there,
it comes to that
defense
offense.
dominated. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't go to every practice. The ones I went to,
I was
defense
with you that
dominated.
one day. I was with you the one day. Third downs. It was very much a back and forth. Offense going to win some. Defense going to win some. And I think the emergence of Torrey Horton as well has helped that offense be a little bit more effective in spots. Just some of the threat and some of the speed that he brings. So, yeah, by and large, just from the eyewitness accounts of every day of practice, there has been some back and forth. I think that's pretty healthy.
Takeaways.
I hate to do this one because we know on any given day in football this could change, and this could change dramatically. But over 3 weeks of camp, you've been able to avoid the traumatic football injuries that have unfortunately fallen on a bunch of teams in the NFL. And, some star players that have already been lost for significant chunks of the season and the rest of the preseason. You not only will not see Patrick Mahomes, that's not because of injury, it's choice. You're also not going to see Jordan Love next week. He had surgery on his non-throwing thumb yesterday, so in joint practices there and the build-up in the game, not even going to get to compete against him either. So that's a little bit of a bummer.
Did you realize who is with the Chiefs that we'll get to see now, though? Mississippi Mustache.
Oh, Gardner. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was there.
Shoe.
Oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, the shoe going to be doing. Minshew going to be doing
All the
some
Cougs
things
out there are
right
going to be pumped for that.
Yep. Yeah, and I think some of that, honestly, injury, again, a lot of it is it's football. There's some things totally out of your control, but there are some things within your control. And, not taking blindside shots, understanding how to stay up in practice, understanding how to callous and be tough without, getting on the ground and risking guys getting rolled up on. I think those are important elements. And at the line of scrimmage, that's where I think a big key of this is. You've been able to get the work in while still protecting one another. That is a positive of training camp. All right, 2 to go.
Takeaways.
I'm sorry, I'm hogging all these. You doing okay?
Doing great.
All right.
I'm watching the Goldsteins arrive.
Oh, nice.
So his dad walked in first and has been in here for a couple minutes, and I definitely thought that Lyle's brother overslept and didn't come in. But he just walked in as well, and he looks like he's like 16 years old.
He looks really
He's
young,
in the
too.
Air Force. You think they allow you to oversleep?
I think for the Goldsteins, I thought it was maybe a family affair. I don't know. I thought it was just built into the genes. I don't know. His brother looks like he's 17. I can't believe how young
give me
he
a couple last blink scouts. Give me a little blink scout. What are
Dad
we
looks
seeing?
exactly like I would have expected.
Okay.
And yeah, his brother looks like a younger version of Lyle.
Isn't he older, though?
No, he's younger.
He is younger, Lyle?
Yeah.
Lyle's
he's
the
younger.
firstborn? Lyle's the
I didn't realize he
firstborn?
was 10 years younger, though. That's more than I would have expected. Why does he look so young?
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Whatever. He
Lyle's
eats right,
so
he
mad
sleeps
now.
right.
He's so upset about the philosopher thing. He doesn't know what to do.
Last two
You don't need to know
takeaways.
philosophers.
He's mad that he didn't learn counting at Arizona State. Because that's where you're supposed to, that's really where the counting part comes in. You learn it in college.
Last two takeaways of training camp, Salk. Runway. You heard, I think you said this to Passan yesterday when Passan was talking about the team build for the Seattle Mariners, the process, getting young guys like Cole Young the time, giving people in your bullpen the time, giving Logan Evans and Emerson Hancock, giving just draft, develop. And to develop, you have to have enough runway. There has to be a pathway to it. And we've talked a lot about it with the Mariners. I think there appears to have been enough competitive runway for the Seahawks here as well, with Sundell, with Anthony Bradford, with Charbonnet, with Torrey Horton. They're not all blocked.
Right.
And it's easier to do. And let's be very clear. It's a lot easier to do in the NFL, where like 80% of the jobs turn over about every year, or 80% of the guys are on minimum deals and have very little guarantees and got to lay it all on the line. But there has been some significant opportunity given to those 4 names I just mentioned there, and they have made the most of it.
Pretty cool. All right, some good takeaways.
Right.
Is that it? That was it. Oh, you have one more. I'm sorry. I thought that was fine. One more.
Takeaways.
Yeah, the last one is just seeing Sam Darnold and just kind of seeing his evolution. And, we'll do more of this on Friday, a little shorter show tomorrow with a very early Mariners game. So we'll do a little more of this kind of on what to look for in this preseason game as we figure out more and more who's going to play. And I would think even if Mahomes doesn't play, Sam Darnold is going to play because we need to see him. And when it comes to Sam, you need to see his feet. What you saw, Salk, that very first practice was an erratic, somewhat frenetic Sam Darnold. If I were to take your eyes and put him to my footballese, I think, his feet were a bit frantic. And when he struggles, that's where it is. You'll see it in his feet. It's not hard. It's not like George Kirby where you're trying to figure out why they can't hit him. With Sam Darnold, when the ball gets airmailed, you'll see it mechanically. You'll see it in the calmness of his body and his feet and everything else. And I think over these 3 weeks, there has been just a nice buildup. And hopefully Friday night, we'll see the same. We'll see that ball out on time, on rhythm, on point. I think he's felt more and more comfortable, and he will certainly be all eyes on Sam Darnold come Friday night.
All right. There you go. Those are good takeaways from the training camp that's now over. Pretty crazy. You get a game on Friday night. Unfortunately, it looks like Patrick Mahomes not going to play in it, which is a bummer, but that's kind of where we're at. Texters 253, how the heck do you get to the point where Lyle is running your boards? Not to be rude, but this dude is dumb. That's not true. And Lyle wrote this person back and said, ouch, LOL. And I think it's fair to say that the person wrote back, I'm just a hater or jealous. Lyle, you do good work, man. And I enjoy listening to you guys every morning. Nice. Yeah, that's more like it. Thank you. Don't be so mean to Lyle. Yes. Matt in Beaverton says Lyle's family just derailed Salk. He can't focus on the show anymore. Yes. And then 360 gets the joke. They say, what's up with ripping on someone's family? Enough already. Show some respect. Brock gets it.
That's right. This guy serves our country, for crying out loud.
Yes.
Who cares if he
Well,
looks
and
like he's 12?
it's nice that the 360 has such a good sense of humor. I appreciate that about people out there. It's nice when you roll with the punches.
One of the other few times I mentioned my brother is he texted me right after Brock got senteled. I told you guys, and it immediately turned to, so he's listening to our show on the computer instead of actually serving the country.
That's true. That was a question. Yeah. What exactly? I forget. What does he do in the?
He monitors missiles coming in from Russia.
Right. And instead of paying attention, he's like, North Korea, Russia, whatever. What's going on the Brock and Salk show this morning? I'm curious if Brock got senteled.
He got senteled. He got senteled. You guys hear this?
The WNBA is banning booing.
Not Brock's finest moment, that's for sure. All right, well, we do have, are we going to do trash takes today? Maybe
I got a good one.
We got to get your family maybe involved in trash takes at the end of the show. Maybe they can come in and help me judge as the trash master.
Maybe the two can help Lyle understand what a trash take is, because it's about 50-50. It's about 50-50 of understanding what a trash take is.
That's also
true. A trash take is not, I hate umpires, and they try to steal the show. That's not a trash take.
No, that's just your opinion on umpires that
That's
day.
your take.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's confusing. Again, when you can't count, it's really hard to get to the next level of some of these things, but it makes sense to just blame the fact that school wasn't even a good idea and that it was all a waste of time.
Hey, can I transition to a baseball question I have for you, Salk?
Yes.
Because listening to Kirkjian, listening to Passan, we can play all these wonderful flowers that are being thrown nationally at the Mariners and the best team since. But you said a word, I think, to Shannon earlier. You may have said it to Passan yesterday, and I'd like you to define it from a baseball perspective. Once again, for you and me and maybe some audience that's coming this morning, like, man, I gotta jump aboard this Mariners train and learn a little bit. When you say that this Mariners team is substantial, This offense feels substantial. This
Did I say
team
that?
feels, yes, you've said it a couple different times.
Really?
Yes.
I don't remember saying that.
Yes.
I said legit.
More substantive.
Legitimate.
More substantive. Yes. You've said it a couple times. If you were to define why you feel like this is more sustainable, more substantive.
Well, you just got 6 guys at the top of the order who are all good. Like it's really, for me, a depth thing.
So it's just a talent. It's just a Bob Whitsitt, Lyle Goldstein belief that just throw as much talent as you possibly can.
Well, no, it's beyond that. I don't think that's all I'm saying, but that's where it starts. It starts with the fact that they're just talented. You got 6 guys at the top of the lineup that are all good hitters. And then your 7, 8, 9 are all hitting very well. And JP obviously has some ups and downs in his career, but when you drop him from a guy who's been a pretty good leadoff hitter most of the year and put him in the 8 spot and allow him to just get on base, I love the way it's constructed. We've talked about that on base with Randy Arozarena, sort of that mix, and then some slugging with Cal, and then you kind of start it over again on base with Naylor, and more slugging with Gino, and then at the end you kind of get that, a little bit of slug with both Polanco and Canzone, and then you start it off with on base percentage leading back into the top of the order again. I like the way the lineup functions. I think it's a really well designed lineup given the pieces that they have, and I think it's built to maximize it. I think you save Naylor by putting the righties right after him and in front of him, so it's not easy to just bring in a tough lefty at the new rules, right, over the last few years, where a lefty's got to come in, any pitcher, for 3 batters, not just one, and you put them in a position where, look, Naylor is a better hitter against righties. He can handle lefties, but if you've got a murderous lefty who comes in with a tough angle and all that, he could struggle against that. He's susceptible, as most lefties are. But you got Gino hitting right after him, and then Polanco, who can hit right-handed right after that.
How big of a deal? I'm sorry to cut you off.
To me, that's a real. The lineup construction is big, but the biggest word for me right now is depth. When I went through it and wrote the article the other night, SeattleSports.com, where I tried to figure out, is this the best Mariner lineup we've ever seen? And I totally understand the immediate pushback. No, what are you, crazy?
You see, they scored 1 run last night, Salk.
Right. Well, not even that, but just, looking back, like, well, look at this lineup from 95. Look at this lineup from 97. Look at the Hall of Famers. Look at 2001. Right. Yeah, those guys had better numbers. There's no doubt about it. And they also had the top-tier Hall of Famers at the very top of the lineup that were as good as or better than anyone on this lineup.
Yep.
But when you adjust for where the league is at, because the league does not hit like it did in 97 or 2001, for various reasons that we won't get into. The league does not hit the same way it did then. And this ballpark is not the same as the Kingdom. So when you put those things together, this lineup actually, numbers-wise, average-wise, turns out to be better than all but 97, and they're virtually tied with 97. It doesn't even still have the incredible, fearsome, oh my God, the lineup's coming back around to, Junior, Buhner, and Edgar again. But it has depth in a way that none of those other lineups really did. I mean, there just isn't a hole in it. As you go down, every single hitter in the lineup has an OPS plus that's over 100, meaning every single hitter in it has been better than average this year. Yeah. That's pretty rare, and I just think it puts constant pressure on the other team. Add into that the confidence that they're playing with, add into that what seems to be sort of a micro focus that they have started to play with in the last 10 days, and you end up with a team that has won 8 in a row and 10 of 11.
Baseball is very, very difficult to say anything definitively. You just say, I'm come to this conclusion and this is it. It's not concrete, right? It's probably why you like it as well.
It's the Mariners push.
Whoa. As much as the numbers are black and white and you would think it's really concrete, it's actually very nuanced. And, especially over 162, things could change a little bit, Salk. I wonder, you just kind of speak to this, maybe this is a little more tangential, but I do wonder if not having so many platoons and just letting guys settle into this. And you know what? JP, you're going to hit lefties because you're capable of it. Naylor, you're going to hit lefties because you're capable of it. And Dom Canzone
isn't that to me, Brock, that is the answer to the first question. You can do that because you got better players.
Yeah.
You know what they did earlier this year? They ran out platoons because they didn't have the players to get it done. Like, you'd use platoons in order to try to create a player.
Yep.
when you've got players that are, incredibly good, you don't need to do
and Dom
that.
has grown into that this year because he was not that the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I think my guess is the moment Victor Robles is healthy and he had a double in his first at-bat last night, you're going to see a platoon in right field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just the best way to maximize. I will not hear any platoon slander. I think it's great if you have.
I'm not slander.
There's a little slander. There's a little slander. I will not hear it. I don't agree with that at all. I think platoons are what you nobody wants the platoon, but it's what you do in order to maximize a situation when you don't have a Cal Raleigh, when you don't have a player that is capable of getting through that. So you take the weakest spots in your lineup and you platoon. Right now, they don't really have any weak spots in the lineup. And they're still taking Cole Young out against very tough lefties, right? We've seen that. Garver comes into DH and Polanco plays second. Like, I think they'll do that with Canzone once they have a better option, because right now Dylan Moore is not that. I don't think it's about that. I think it's just about having a little bit more talent, to be honest with you. My personal feeling.
That's great. Thank you.
What?
Very concrete. Yes. And I didn't mean that as a platoon slander. Honestly, I did not go into it with
a little platoon slander.
All right,
a little bit of platoon slander.
No, what I slander is your intrigue, okay, and your most intriguing players. That's
been just quite frankly mean. I think you'll like number 18 today. We're on to number 18 in the most intriguing Seahawks list. Cal Raleigh's still going to be number 1, I promise. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs, and it's only on Seattle Sports.
Swung on. That's crushed. Left field. It's on its way. It's into the bullpen. Number 44 for Cal Raleigh.
Up next, Game 2 against the O's in Baltimore.
Pregame at 2:30. First pitch at 3:35.
Strike 3, the ball game is over.
On Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app, the home of the Mariners.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on 2024 ACs and heat pumps during the final days of the warehouse clearance sale. Plus, PSC customers get AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Tridents up.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour here, Brock and Salk show. Kind of enjoying the Goldsteins, I got to be honest. Just spend some time with Lyle's dad and brother there in the last 5 minutes during the break. They're great.
Jay and Spencer.
Yeah, we might have hired the wrong Goldstein. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. Kind of like what I'm hearing out of Spencer. He's got a little, I don't know, there might be a little more breadth of knowledge there. We'll see. We're going to have to explore this a little bit more, and we'll chat with them.
What did they say, Lyle? All deck? What did they say?
They said Lyle was an inch wide and a mile deep, which is sort of the opposite of what a lot of other people are. But anyway, all right. So we'll get to them a little bit later. Carrington Harrison going to join us from Kansas City in about a half hour at 9:30 and talk through the game on Friday. And it does look like Patrick Mahomes isn't going to play, which stinks.
Soft.
But I know it is soft, kind of like Patrick Mahomes' flabbiness. I don't know. We'll talk to Carrington about that in a half hour. Right now, though, Brock, every day, 9 o'clock, leading up to the beginning of the season, we're giving you the 20 most intriguing Seahawks.
Number 18.
I got another tie today on 18.
Oh, my gosh.
I know. This is the last one, though.
I mean, what do you expect when he does a list? This is how ranked was every day.
True, Maura. Very true.
You make fun of Lyle for not having strong takes or an immediate answer, but you're no better.
I'm just better at breaking my own rules, Maura.
I also realized you screwed up the counting on takeaways.
What do you mean?
Brock said he had 2 more, and then you were like, all right, we're done.
It's only because I wasn't listening to him. I was only paying attention to your parents coming in. Your dad and
you
your
can
brother.
blink, scout, and listen at the same time, Lyle? No chance.
That was a focus issue. I was focused on what was going on in the other room rather than on what I was listening to with Brock. That's my fault. No, I do have another tie. We had a tie at running back for number 20 because they're competing. Yesterday was Tariq Woolen. Today is a tie between your two inside linebackers, Ernest Jones and Tyrice Knight, who I got to put them together. And part of the intriguing thing here for me is neither guy started as a starter last year. They came on over the course. I mean, their story is similar, even though one guy is a rookie and the other guy was a trade for a veteran. When they got in there, it did seem to completely alter the success of this defense. Stopping the run, stopping the passes over the middle, which had been a mammoth problem for them for as long as almost I could remember, right? All the problems they've had with passing over the linebackers in the middle of the field. Jordan Brooks was supposed to fix that. He didn't. Bringing Bobby back was supposed to fix that. It didn't. You know what? Finally, bringing the two guys in at the beginning of last year didn't fix it. And all those guys were supposed to be able to run. They were supposed to have those gifts, other than maybe Bobby at his stage. But it didn't work with any of them. And I thought when Tyrice Knight and Ernest Jones got in there, it really changed the deal. The question is, how good can they be? In Tyrice Knight's case, rookie last year who grew into it, Adam Dirty thinks he could be better and better.
Yeah, I thought he made leaps and bounds, from like when he started in the Miami game and then he came back and played in San Francisco game. He just felt calmer when he was out there. And, he's kind of like that. He's like, there's nothing too much for him. He goes out there, and I think the growth of it is just understanding why we call the plays, when we call the plays, what opportunities you have, what's your true job, what assignment you've got, and how do you make the plays you can make, and then how do you guide the players in front of you, setting them up, lining them up, him and EJ working on that.
So he's pretty high on what he can do. And then on the other side, Lofa had some great things to say about Ernest Jones, who, brought just a level of assuredness, I think, of consistency, of just sure tackling in the middle of this defense last year. He didn't get a lot of love nationally for being a top 10, top 15 linebacker, but he sure seemed to change this Seahawks defense.
Oh, I thought it was imperative that we get him under contract. You saw the lift in the defense, and I will add that, Tyrice came along very quickly, right next to him. And, of course, he was here for the whole offseason and OTAs and camp. So, he did a great job. But Ernest gave us a real, energetic surge boost of energy. It was kind of like when I watched Spoon run around just tagging people out there, right? No regard, just let's go. That, you add more pieces like that, and now all of a sudden you have a very formidable, very scary defense.
All right, here's why I put them together and why it's not even just a tie, because then tomorrow would be 60. It's not a tie. They're just together number 18. They have to work as a pair. Both guys have missed a lot of time here in the preseason portion of this for completely different reasons. Tyrice Knight has been hurt and dealing with a medical issue, which we don't really seem to know too much about. And sadly, Ernest Jones was dealing with the death of his father, which is incredibly sad. And, all the condolences to him, and he'll be back when he's ready to be back. But it points out that without those two guys, it is one of the steepest cliffs on this roster. When those two guys are not in there, you got some real question marks at inside linebacker.
Yes, you do. From an experience standpoint, just a playmaking standpoint, and Ernest brings a little of that Josh Naylor edge that you needed. This defense needed. Every defense needs. Right? Leonard Williams got a little bit of that, but he's got a little bit of philosopher as well. Jaron Reed got a lot of that, but doesn't play every snap. Ernest Jones, and give me that cut number 21. Maybe Naylor will never say this. Kind of says it without saying it, but Ernest brings some of that swag too.
Oh, he sure does.
I like us, man. I like us versus anything and anybody. And that's how I leave it.
And there's more than that. Here he is on the idea that they might only win 7 games.
You don't want to put expectations, and then, if life happens and you don't live up to it, the media, everybody around with. I will say this team, if we show up like we should and show up in games that we should, 7 wins is crazy. That's insane. And we see, like you said, do I see it? Yeah, you see it. You see the disrespect. You see us coming in last in the NFC, the West, and you're like, man, don't fuel the dogs, dog. So that's how I feel about it.
Don't fuel the dogs. More odds yesterday, Salk. I was looking at them, the latest odds. Right, even with Stafford's injury and the injuries in San Francisco, I wondered if they would change a little bit. Nope. Seattle picked to finish last, according to the odds makers in Vegas in the NFC West. There is some disrespect.
Yeah, there is. I don't feel like that's the case. But if these two guys can't play, I mean, it completely changes my outlook on this defense of all the positions of hey, you could deal with an injury there, an injury at inside linebacker. That would make me very nervous, given how much they're reliant on these two guys.
In the last minute here, a little football 101 when it comes to linebackers. I've heard this said about running backs a lot. It was a Wisconsin Badgerism through and through. I think that was the first time I heard it. Slow to explode through. And it's that thought process, just like we talked about with Torrey Horton the other day of slowing the game down. But then when it's time, you explode. And I think that's what we saw last year when these guys came aboard. Not with the veterans they brought in. Even Dotson can run a little bit and had a nice season the rest of the way. I think he got cut and went to Miami. But these two have the ability to be slow to the play and then explode through it. And by slow, I mean being able to actually process it. So I know where I'm supposed to be and then have the trigger and the explosiveness. And let's hope an Ernest Jones. He's intriguing because he said he never played healthy last year. He had an MCL or a meniscus, so he's never healthy. And he feels better than he ever has. And let's hope Tyrice can get back on the field. Doesn't sound like it's even the knee. It's a medical condition. Equally intriguing. And you're right, man. When these two are solidified in the middle, that defense changed an awful lot.
All right, so there you go. That is number 18. And look, why do we do the most intriguing list? It's to have the conversations that I think are the most interesting. And so sometimes when I'm thinking through and when I put these together, it's, who are we going to be talking about over the course of the year? What are the storylines going to be? And maybe that's why Reek Woolen was a little lower, Brock. It's not about his importance to the team. It's just about the conversations and where I think we're going to be talking. We'll talk about him, there's no doubt, which is why he's on the list. But I just said these two guys have been sort of circled in my mind of like, if they're healthy and they're there and they build on what they did last year, this defense is going to be one of the few best in the league. If not, I start to have a little bit more concern about their ability to stop the run and all the things they did so well in the latter half of last year. So, okay, Carrington Harrison, we'll talk a little more football with him at 9:30 as the Seahawks get ready to take on the Chiefs on Friday night. We'll learn a little bit more about the Goldsteins. Lyle's family is here, and we'll do all that after Need to Know next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Josh Naylor's hit the ground running. The defense has been something I did not even think about. If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the emails with his agent. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Summer is here, and Washington Energy's BOGO 40% off sale is on now. Update and enhance your home with beautiful new windows and doors, expertly installed by Washington Energy Services. Save today with one of our best deals of the year. Buy one energy-efficient window, get the second at 40% off. And BOGO 40% off all entry, patio, and interior doors right now. From traditional to modern home updates, and with over 65 years of award-winning installations, Washington Energy is the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's Refractive Lens Exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, you certainly know by now, Mariners looked really good last night, at least on the pitching side of things. Didn't score a lot of runs, just one of them, but they pitched as well as you can. A shutout in Baltimore. George Kirby going the first 7. He was dominant.
Trying to go 7 scoreless. Here comes the pitch. Swung on and missed. Got him. 97. Crackling over the edge. George Kirby has been brilliant tonight. 7 scoreless against Baltimore on just 3 hits. 7 punch-outs along the way. George Kirby has been phenomenal tonight.
He was, and everything they needed him to be. He was matched almost by Dean Kramer. It was great. But they scored 1 in the first. Randy Arozarena singled, stole second. Josh Naylor drove him in a nice piece of hitting right back up the middle. And that's really all they would need, Brock. They were able to win one of those games that has not looked like some of the others recently. And I think that's probably a good sign.
Yeah, and did you see the pitching matchup for tonight, by the way?
Tonight is Logan Gilbert against, what's the guy's name?
Trevor Rogers.
Trevor Rogers.
Dude, it's been unbelievable.
Yeah.
Banged up early. 1.44 ERA, 0.83 whip. Has had 4 shutouts this year. Has given up 5 runs in his last 6 outings. So you think of Baltimore and you just think of those young bats, right? And you think of their struggles the last few years as they've not had enough pitching. Well, that guy last night pitched, and the guy tonight has been absolutely as good as anybody on this Mariners rotation over the last month or so. So, yeah, expect a tight, competitive battle in Baltimore once again this evening.
Also, we've talked about it a few times, but I did like the decision last night to go with Bizzardo in the 8th. I think that on this road trip with the heat, you really want to make sure that you were able to keep especially Brash and Munoz as fresh as possible. And it was hot, so hot that Munoz needed to take a moment and get some water out there so he didn't pass out. Anything you can do to keep those guys as rested as possible here for the next few weeks, I think, is a good thing. Here's what Andre said about whether it was adrenaline that got him last night.
I don't think so, because I've been in those situations, I've been in those situations a lot of times, and that doesn't happen to me very often. Like I said, I think the last time that happened to me was here too, and they take me out of the game, and I don't know, it's just weird. But I am in those situations a lot of times. Yeah. And that never happened.
Yeah, well, I've got to imagine that seeing what happened with Trent Thornton and other people in Chicago earlier this year, just take a moment and get some water. Although I will say, I don't think I've ever seen that in a major league game.
Is he not like the sweetest, most gentle soul?
He is that.
Seriously. When he talks, he answers questions so intently, with so much thought.
Yeah.
He's got a voice that has no resemblance to 99 in a slider. You think he would just spit fire.
Yeah, it's funny. He and Brash are sort of the same way.
Yeah.
Right? These guys with unbelievable fastballs and great stuff who were very nice, very chill, very earnest, I think you would say about both of them off the field. He was very nice to my family when I had them down at some point. Took pictures, and I've seen him do that with others. And yeah, nobody has a bad word to say about him. Just tremendous what he's done.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
They also found their way back into first place. Red Sox put a whooping on the Astros. A molly-whopping, shall we say, Brock? The two teams are now tied atop the division. Mariners are 5-5 against the Astros with 3 games to play. The winner of that series will win a tiebreaker. Yankees win, Blue Jays win, but the Tigers gave back a lead and lost to the White Sox. So Mariners are only a game and a half out of a first-round bye situation, which is an enormous, enormous deal. I don't know whether the 1 or 2 seed matters between them that much, because I'm not sure who you play next will factor in that much. But getting a top 2 seed and getting a chance to sit for a couple days and not use your bullpen and let everyone else kind of blow out theirs, that's a huge, huge advantage.
Yeah, yes, please. And just watching Baltimore last night, it was just, to me, yet again, another reminder of why you went for it. Why ownership opened up the purse strings and spent to bring in Suarez and Naylor here in the last 40-something games. Why they decided to make those moves and make those trades and make those things happen, because this American League, we can say it, Salk. You can verbalize it all you want. You can spit out the numbers. It all tells you the same story, that, it is wide open. And then when you watch an Orioles team that was supposed to be a contender, supposed to be a World Series contender, went for it in the offseason, spent $100 million in free agency to go make it happen, and they're broken. They're done. The hay is in the barn for those guys this year, even, kind of expressing that opportunity.
Well, and you mentioned that then, Brock, what they did at the trade deadline. Gino brought in, obviously, he brings some power, and he brought in the familiarity and the respect factor and all of that. But I'm just so impressed with what Naylor has done, and Passan talked about him yesterday.
Josh Naylor's been the best hitter for the Mariners since the break in more or less every regard. But it keeps going back, guys, to the fact that for someone who has as much pop as he does, as much slug as he can provide, to just not strike out, it's a game changer when you have that in the middle of your lineup.
He's just a very good hitter. That to me is just the description.
Yeah, he'll take his Randy hack now.
Yeah.
Like he gets ahead and that thing is
As he should.
Blowing through the zone, but he has even more discipline to be able to take that Randy hack and then shorten up and do everything you need to do to put the ball in play.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Long practice for the Seahawks in the Heat yesterday. Came through no problem, which was great. You know, one name that's come up a lot is Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and wondering what role he would have if Torrey Horton is truly kind of building the kind of momentum that it seems like he has. Let's see. Here was Clint Kubiak saying, no, hold on. MVS has done quite a bit.
I think he's had a really good camp. I think he's battling with a lot of guys, but his speed really shows up. I think Coach has done a phenomenal job of keeping the top off of our offense with some of their coverage looks. So some of the stuff that he's shined hasn't shown up as much. But I see the guy winning on his routes, see a guy with a great attitude, and see a big-time player for us.
And a guy that produced for Clint Kubiak in New Orleans last year, missed all their injuries, and he was brought in about mid-season or so and did a nice job for them and got $3 million guaranteed bucks. So I'd be surprised if he's not on this roster. We know how injuries occur, how fickle that position can be. You brought him in for a reason. What that really does, Salk, especially with Brady Russell and Oots and the other special teams guys, it really makes that fifth spot an absolutely ferocious battle on this roster for that fifth and final receiver position, because I don't think they're going to carry more than that.
All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. We have Trash Takes coming up. So what do you want to get Lyle's family in here for Trash Takes? You think they could help with being the Trash Master?
I mean, you've gotten a feel for them the last two breaks. I mean, do you feel like they're going to get in there, and are they going to Roger it?
I think that, no, I don't think so. I got to say, Spencer's been very impressive. I'm very impressed with Spencer.
Very verbose.
Yes. Very impressed with the confidence. Very impressed with Spencer. That's Lyle's younger brother. Jay, Lyle's dad, getting a lot of New York vibes. I mean, you can feel the New York coming off of him. Like it's palpable. Like you can't not feel the New York there. So, if you want to go down that road, we can do that too. Like I'm kind of good with bringing both of them in.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Yep. I'm down. I mean, let them make that decision if they're both like.
No, I only have
Did you
one
ask
extra
them
hat.
about this?
No,
Right.
I didn't ask them.
Okay.
No. Ask them.
Well, they're not going to wear the trash hat. They're just going to be a peanut gallery.
I do have the old trash hat, though, if one of them wants to wear that.
No.
Carrington Harrison's going to join us. Before we do that, we'll hear a little bit about what's going on in Kansas City with the Chiefs, where it sounds like Patrick Mahomes might not play. How come? We'll ask next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because he looks grumpy. I love
Good
it.
one.
But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Yeah, I was just telling some people, you got to get over and see the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. What they've done there is really amazing. It is luxurious. They keep saying luxury awaits. It does. The rooms are phenomenal. The spa was great. The pool, oh my gosh, like it's got these huge windows, so it's sort of an indoor-outdoor effect with a big balcony outside and a hot tub, and you're looking out over the valley. It is gorgeous, just beautiful. And then there's the expanded non-smoking gaming floor. The whole thing is awesome. A great new sports bar and other new food venues. Get over there and check it out. You can go to snocasino.com for details and to book a room. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. and he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The Mariners have a great slate of marquee interleague matchups down the home stretch. The Padres August 25th to 27th, Cardinals September 8th to 10th, and Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Plus, during all three games of the Cardinals series, the first 10,000 fans will score a Logan Gilbert Funko Pop. Get your tickets at Mariners.com.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, two-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good to Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I admit, Brock, we don't always need to talk to someone from the opposing city before a football game, and certainly not before a preseason football game. I just like talking to Carrington because he cracks me up and he's a good dude and he hosts a great show in Kansas City now on 96.5 The Fan. Carrington Harrison takes a few minutes with us now. Good morning, dude. How are you?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Anytime I can go on cities that might not make the postseason, I try to make that a priority for me in my life. So I'm happy to come on you guys' show today.
I know you're not talking baseball, right? As your Royals have totally tanked this year.
Hold on,
I know we're not talking baseball, right?
You didn't ask me to come on here to talk about the Royals. I didn't agree to that.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you. I do have a couple Royals questions for you, but we're certainly not going to start there. Wow. I know, right? Coming out firing after I said all those nice things. Can you believe that?
I mean, it is now football season. I mean, you know, I spend my time wondering how the Chiefs can get back to their 4th straight Super Bowl, and you guys are wondering if you guys have a quarterback. So, I mean, we spend our day doing different things.
Hey, what's up with this? How come we thought that the Chiefs were going to play their starters in this game, and then it just came out today? It sounds like Mahomes not even going to play.
I mean, I actually thought the Chiefs were going to start their starters in this game. Like, Andy kind of has a formula of how he does things, and they kind of did that formula in the first preseason game. I thought that this would kind of be, you know, what preseason used to kind of traditionally be, where Mahomes would maybe play the first quarter, and then he just decided that he wasn't going to play today. So I am also a little bit surprised by that fact. I do know one thing. If Patrick Mahomes isn't playing, that means I don't really need to watch this game. I have a belief that for most teams when it comes to the preseason, only bad things can happen. Like, I get why we get so excited about preseason, but unless your team has a rookie quarterback, only negative things can happen. Somebody can get hurt. Somebody can underperform. But for a team like Kansas City that has championship aspirations, the preseason just doesn't really hold the value for them.
I actually agree with that. You know what it's like? It's like getting a biopsy. Like, what's the best thing they can tell you? Well, you don't have cancer and you're going to continue to live the way you've always been living. Like, there's the only thing that they can really tell you is something bad. To me, I totally agree with that take. It's like a biopsy. There's no upside in the preseason.
Yeah, I always call it there is a wheel of misfortune. And at the very beginning of the preseason, they're going to spin the wheel of misfortune. And then you'll see what teams it lands on. You know, last year it landed on Kansas City. They lost Hollywood Brown in the preseason. He didn't play until December. The Chargers, it landed on them. They lost their left tackle in Rashawn Slater. Like, that's going to happen again this week. Some starter, some player that we know on Monday is not going to be available for the first week of the season because an injury happened. So, yeah, I mean, I understand the reason for the preseason. I'm not saying that we should get rid of the preseason, but, I mean, this is a very simple pass or fail to me. Did you get all 22 of your starters to week 1 of the NFL season? If you did, then you get an A. That's all that matters.
Carrington, I like the shots right out the gate. I think that's a bold move, a brave move, and it gives good guests. There's no question about that. But help us understand, because we're trying to be the voice of the national audience, not the local audience, trying to understand why Vegas has Seattle dead last in the odds in the NFC West, why a lot of the power rankings have Seattle as a 21-22. Mock drafts have them picking in the top 10. This is an organization that has won a lot of games, and even last year 1 of Mike McDonald won 10 games. So why are the Carringtons, the Vegases, the national voices so down on the Seattle Seahawks?
I'm actually not that down on Seattle. I just like giving you guys a hard time. To answer your question seriously, I think what happens is, for some reason, we have said the same thing about the Arizona Cardinals now for 7 straight seasons. Like, we always think that Kyler Murray's about to turn this corner and something's going to be different and something's going to change. They have been people's NFC sleeper now for almost a decade or so. I don't really understand it now. I like San Francisco and the Rams more than I like Seattle, but I don't really understand why you would put Arizona ahead of Seattle. I think a lot of it just comes to none of us really know what to do with Sam Darnold. Like, you could tell me Sam Darnold is the 9th best quarterback this year in the NFL, and it wouldn't really surprise me based off last season. You could tell me that last year just didn't happen, and he's the 21st best quarterback in the league. It kind of reminds me of a baseball player that hit like 9 home runs and then 10 home runs, and then one year he hit like 37 home runs, and we're all sitting there like, wait, well, how did that happen? So I think a lot of us are waiting to see if he can do it again. So I think that makes Seattle a really hard team to kind of predict what they're going to be.
We're talking to Carrington Harrison in Kansas City. Has the cap started to affect the Chiefs yet? Like, you keep waiting for success to start to knock them down, as it tends to do in the NFL. How is it affecting them right now?
It hasn't really affected them yet. I think the Chiefs have been really smart about who they've kind of given contracts to. I mean, honestly, they're now just kind of starting to enter that question right now where the Chiefs had a couple of really, really strong drafts, and now they're deciding from those drafts who they want to pay. They paid Creed Humphrey. They paid Trey Smith. They just paid George Karlaftis. They paid Nick Bolton. So I think they're kind of just entering that process of who are they going to pay, who are they not going to pay, how are they going to kind of move some of the money around, how are they going to figure things out. I think one thing that has helped Kansas City tremendously in all of this is Mahomes' contract and how kind of flexible it is. That, he's not the highest paid quarterback in the league, but just the way that it's kind of structured with guaranteed money, and they've already renegotiated it once, and there's like another point in 2 years where they're going to clearly renegotiate it again because, they just keep kind of pushing the money around. So I think the fact that they are on the same page with their quarterback and his contract, and it's been so flexible, I think it's allowed them to stay ahead of the curve when it comes time to pay people.
Carrington, you won't be watching Friday. Salk's going to be getting a biopsy. I'm going to record it and watch it twice. For those of us that are in tune to this, some of the bottom spots on the roster, where is Kansas City actually really good? Where should there be, even if it's the twos, where should there be a level of competition that we can learn something from? Like, okay. Yeah, that's a good group. That's a good group of pass rushers. That's a good group of receivers still. That's a group that gives us, as far as an evaluation and a test, a pretty decent judgment when it's all said and done.
That's a really good question. I would say that's on defense. Like on my show, we haven't really spent a lot of time talking about the defense because there really isn't a reason to. So let's go back to the last game that the Chiefs won, the AFC Championship game. In that game, the Chiefs had 19 players get a tackle. 17 of those players are back on the team this year. Out of the 14 players that got a sack last season for the Chiefs, 13 of those players are back this year. So they have just such a continuity on defense when it comes to their first and second unit. So, Kansas City's a very popular team. They're a very national team. So if you've seen the Chiefs over the last couple of years, all the names and all the players are all back on defense. So even though, their first unit might not be in defensively, this is still a good defense and a good test, I think, for a team like Seattle. So that's probably the thing to look for the most is defensively. This is a defense that has pass rushers. They've got proven linebackers. They are fairly deep at corner. This is going to be a good test for a good offense in Seattle.
How much time on your show tomorrow will be dedicated to breaking down the big podcast release later this afternoon?
We actually led with it yesterday. I imagine that'll be the lead today, and it'll probably be the lead tomorrow. Just everybody cares about it. So, there's a big building in Kansas City, Union Station. That's where the draft was a couple of years ago. They turned it orange when she announced the album. It has been orange at night every night since she announced that she was going on this podcast. It is a really big deal. I also think it is hard to deny this part. I don't really listen to New Heights podcast. I'm not really a big interview podcast person, but this is the most anticipated podcast episode ever. It is impossible to deny that. I think everybody's just been kind of waiting for this episode because of him and their relationship. When is she going to eventually go on there? So she's going on there, and then she has news. So, yeah, this will be the number one story in Kansas City probably for the rest of the month.
Well, and I actually really like what she did with the one little clip they released. I played it for Brock earlier. If you want to build it up and make everybody listen, I think kind of laughing at yourself right at the beginning is pretty good. This was Taylor Swift on the podcast.
As we all know, you guys have a lot of male sports fans that listen to your podcast.
Yeah.
And I think we all know that if there's one thing that male sports fans want to see in their spaces and on their screens, it's more of me.
I think that's pretty funny.
It is pretty funny. The thing that kind of trips me up about this whole thing is I'm not a Swiftie, but I don't have any issues with Taylor Swift. This is not my kind of music, right? So I leave her alone. She leaves me alone. Everybody's happy in that regard. It's we all just watch the NBA playoffs. They show celebrities after every made basket in the NBA playoffs. You would think that that one guy who played Willy Wonka, Timothée Chalamet, they showed him after every Knicks basket. We celebrated. Spike Lee is a part of the game. You accept it in the NBA, but then when the Chiefs score a touchdown and they briefly show Taylor Swift, that makes you mad. All of it's just weird to me.
Well, I mean, to be fair, in the other situation, you're just trying to distract from the horrible product on the court. And in this situation,
we're not doing this. We're not doing this with the NBA. No, we're not doing that. No.
Well, we're doing that. Well, we're doing this right now. My final thought for you: you took shots at us, our team, our market, our people. Let me fire one right back at you, man. Is Salvi Perez going to be okay? Salvi Perez going to be okay when Cal doesn't just beat his record when he demolishes and smashes his all-time home run record as a catcher?
You know what? One thing that Kansas City doesn't care about is we just don't care about home runs. The Royals have just never been good at home runs. Like the Royals won the World Series in 2015. They were dead last in home runs. And Salvi, I just think everybody just loves him. Right. You know, Salvi's been there through the good times. He's been there through the bad times. So honestly, the only conversation about Salvi this year has been, is he going to be in the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame? I think the argument's kind of clearly but yeah, that's really been it. It honestly hasn't really been a topic in terms of him losing the home run record.
I think it's going to be a much bigger issue, though, in Kansas City when Josh Naylor breaks Willie Wilson's stolen bases record. That's going to be the real craziness. Dude's on fire. All he does is steal bags at 240 pounds. All right, Carrington, that's enough out of you. Thank you. It's great to talk to you. Hopefully, we'll have more reasons to do so because I always love having you on. Appreciate it, man. Talk soon.
Absolutely, man. I look forward to watching you guys 7 wins this year.
Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Wow, jeez.
You knew that was coming.
Does that feel unnecessary?
No, you knew it was coming.
What is that all about?
Well, he's a good host. He starts it, he finishes it.
Came out a little hot, I would say, right? I mean, coming in hot.
Wait till you hear these trash takes today. So.
I know. Poor Carrington. Like, every time we have Carrington on, though, he ends up disappointing us in some way. Remember when we wanted, what was the tackle that they had who we thought maybe would be a fit
Chris
here?
Jones, yeah, not going to happen.
No. The offensive tackle.
Oh, Trey Smith.
Right? Yeah. We were like, oh, maybe they'll get. No, this was longer ago than that.
Oh, really?
This was a few years ago. Oh. And we had him on, and he was like, yeah, he's not going anywhere. We're like, well, but what if he's like, no, he's going to be here. They're going to re-sign him. Stop talking to me. So, unfortunately, he tends to be right about things like that. So,
are the Goldsteins walking in?
The Goldsteins are here, and they're going to participate in today's version of Trash Takes.
Get it together! Y'all look like trash!
Trash Takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash. On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
Hard to wear this hat, though, as I've said. It doesn't really fit. I got my trash master hat on, but it doesn't fit well with the headphones. Anyway, we've got the Goldsteins here. Lyle's dad, Jay, and brother Spencer. You guys can say hi. Can we hear you?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What's up? That's Spencer. What's up, Jay?
How you doing? Nice to be here.
All right. Jay was on my side, by the way, when we asked Brock which Goldstein parent was more upset with each of us, and he kind of agreed that, that they tried to teach Lyle all of the things about pop culture that he just never learned. It's not really your fault.
He's his own man. What can I tell you?
Oh, he is.
He's definitely something, that's for sure. All right, so you guys know how this works. Lyle, Brock, and Maura all have a trash take that they have found from this week. And as the trash master, the master of trash takes, I will judge it. But I will elicit some help from you guys this time. So let's hear what you guys have. Who's going first today?
Well, Maura won last week, and Maura runs the plane. You're the pilot, co-pilot. I'll ask Maura. Maura, should we set the pilot off early with my trash take, or should we save that for the last one?
No, we could save yours.
All right. Maura, why don't you go first? Let's see what Maura's got.
Okay. I'm going to try this again. I brought him up a few weeks ago, and I did not win. But I'm going back to Jerry Jones.
Okay.
He is finally just straight up admitting that, I guess, fighting with his players right now like he is with Micah Parsons is all part of his strategy to get more attention.
I do believe if we're not being looked at, then I'll do my part to get us looked at. It's wonderful to have the great athletes, have the great players, but there's something more there. There's sizzle, there's emotion. And if you will, there's controversy. That controversy is good stuff in terms of keeping and having people's attention.
Are you about keeping and having people's attention, or are you about winning Super Bowls like you used to back in the 90s? Like, he acts like there's some kind of storied franchise, but they haven't won a Super Bowl in 29 years. Controversy is not what you're after.
They haven't been in a Super Bowl in that long either, right? It's not like they lost one in there. They hadn't even been close.
What's their logo on their helmet?
Star?
Yeah. It's about star power. Jerry gets it.
At a certain point, isn't the public going to get sick of this too? Like, I don't know if you're going to be able to be the most highly valued franchise for forever if you don't ever win anything and all you do is stir up drama.
I think Jerry would disagree with you.
Ask Eric Shanks at Fox. Yeah, ask CBS. Ask who they want on because, like Ohio State, they just kind of draw for some reason.
All right, good one, Maura. That's
Good
the
take,
back to the
Maura.
Jerry
Good
Jones
hot
well. Lyle, do you have an actual take for us this week, or are you going to embarrass yourself in front of your family?
I do.
Good. So says you.
So says me. All right, well, here we go. You can judge. It comes from one Ben Verlander. Good Lord. And he says...
Will you remind the people who that is? Because I think not everyone knows who Ben Verlander is.
If you hear the name, you can probably put it together, but it's Justin Verlander's brother who somehow has been given a very large platform in baseball media and just seems to spew off trash take after trash take. But here we go. Here's another. He says, I like the Mariners deadline pickups. Been begging for them to make pickups like that for years. But why is everyone acting like all of a sudden they just became the team to beat in the AL West when the Astros made just as big a moves? The Astros are inevitable. People forget that. Now look, part of me didn't even want to do this today because Ben Verlander's life is in shambles right now. It's a mess. Shohei Ohtani's in the middle of another PR nightmare, and he can't pick himself up off the ground. His best friend is now under hot water again, even though Shohei has absolutely no idea who the guy is. But he's ripping off takes because he's emotional. He can't deal with Shohei being under the fire, but he decides to take it upon himself to say that adding a .1 WAR player in Carlos Correa is equal to the Mariners adding Josh Naylor and Eugenio Suarez. So he says equal moves.
Sheesh. Sounds personal.
What is Shohei in trouble for?
Him and his agent apparently are in the middle of some deal at some resort in Hawaii that they're being accused of kind of like setting up. And,
They were investing in a $240 million luxury resort in Hawaii, and they're accused of holding it up at every turn with crazy demands and throwing around their power. They're being sued.
Again, that's Ben Verlander's best friend. Now, Shohei has no idea who Ben Verlander is, but that's Ben Verlander's best friend.
This feels like more of Lyle's take on Ben
Is Ben
Verlander.
Verlander also a nearly 27-year-old making his way in the media world? Why is this is this personal?
No, he's remember Passan destroyed him a couple of years ago. Yeah, there's some beef there. All right, so you guys got this. We've got Moore who went with Jerry Jones. Lyle went with Ben Verlander. Brock, what are you going to bring for us today?
You know, I probably shouldn't do this, and radio consultants would say, "Don't do this. You're better. You're better than this. You've been doing this for almost 17 years. You're better than this." But I don't care. I don't care, because you know, when someone trashes on Hall of Famers, I'm just going to stand up. I'm going to stand up and say, "This ain't right." Yeah.
4 statues. This seemed like a lot of statues, and by the way, not all of them deserved. It's a lot of statues. 4 statues. I hope there's going to be room for people. I mean, like you got to get all the.
Ichiro's going to be the arm up, right?
I don't know. I would assume.
I mean, it has to be.
They're not going to do a Randy Johnson statue, are they? They might, by the way. Statues can you? I fully support the statue. I'm not. This is not about the fact that
there's memorabilia take again. Isn't
no,
it?
it's not. I just want to make sure there's enough. I just want to make sure there's enough room for the fans in the ballpark. Maura has it right. It's about clutter. You don't want clutter out there.
Yeah.
I do.
Arguably the greatest player of his generation. Edgar Martinez, the first DH, revolutionizing Hall of Fame. Ichiro,
House,
first
and now
Japanese.
As I said, they're all
American.
deserved. It's just a lot of statues.
Then stop whining.
What?
You're whining.
All right. Well, the Trash Master's going to get an opportunity. Brock, you lose. Brock, you're immediately eliminated from consideration this week.
Sometimes it's not about winning.
Sometimes it should be. Winning. Yeah, you're immediately eliminated. Lazy take. Lazy of you to even bring that out. You didn't do any research to find another take from out there. You just brought up mine. Plus, I was joking. Plus, you know better. You're such an instigator. I hate you so much. To do this in front of the Goldsteins is quite frankly inappropriate.
I'm sorry.
Bringing our personal stuff up in front of the Goldsteins. What's the matter with you?
It's the end of the show today.
You might have. What is wrong with you, man? Seriously, what's wrong with you? What did you say yesterday and answer the question, Jerk, that loyalty was my number one attribute that you respect? And this is how you treat me? You are the most disloyal, horrendous person.
I would also like to note that a texter suggested that Lyle win trash takes by using Brock's UW should have been in the top 25 take, and he didn't take that opportunity.
You should have, because Brock said it, and then immediately upon like one question, I was like, oh, I guess you're right. I wouldn't have voted for them either. UW should be in the top 25. I didn't vote for them to be there, but
fine,
they should
I'm
have
out.
been.
I'm out. Time's running out.
All right, Brock's
Who's gonna
out.
win?
All right, guys, what do we think? Between Jerry Jones saying, I'll do my part to get us looked at, and controversy's just the good stuff, or Ben Verlander saying that the Astros did as much as the Mariners?
I mean, is Jerry Jones, is that really a take, or is that just a horrible way to run a franchise?
Well, it is a horrible way to run a franchise, but I would allow it as a take. I think it counts as a take.
Because I don't know, I kind of agree with Lyle in terms of like just off pure fact, where it's like Carlos Correa, what is he, 92 OPS plus so far this year, and they're just grasping at straws. Who is it? Jesus Sanchez they picked up, also sub 100 OPS WRC plus. It's like they didn't really add. To me, it seems the Astros are getting desperate, and we caught them in the standings now. So I'll give this one to Lyle.
Jay, Lyle's dad?
Yeah, I'll say, got some 3 good takes this week. Appreciate that. And Lyle's mom, she's anti-clutter, so she might be thinking about yours.
Yeah.
But Jerry Jones is just a consistently ridiculous person, so it's kind of hard to ever vote against him. So I'm going with Jerry Jones.
So, okay, so a split vote, Lyle, as your dad has voted with Mora. So I get to break the tie? Easy one. Mora wins. Sorry.
Oh,
That Jerry Jones take is absurd.
I think Lyle deserves a win today, guys.
No,
You've been
absolutely not.
extra hard on him, and then his
No.
family just joined in. It's been rough.
That Jerry Jones take is completely ridiculous. It makes no sense. It's madness.
Oh, by the way, if you're watching on the stream, this whole time we've been trying to get Lyle's family,
there you go.
on camera, and
There they
Justin
are.
just did it. So
There you go. Oh,
everyone
nice
can
job,
see
Justin.
now.
There are the Goldsteins. But we don't have Lyle on camera. Can we get Lyle on camera at the same time, or is that too hard?
Nah, don't worry
I think
about
that'd be like an octabox or something out there. Wait for Red Zone. We got to get out of here and turn things over, of course, to Bump and Stacy. Short show tomorrow leading into the Mariner game. See if they can win 9 in a row. You guys pretty impressed with what you're seeing right now?
I am all in. I like Lyle's been saying, it's a scary place to be this excited.
It's a good thing you said like Lyle is, because I think otherwise people would not know who it was talking. You guys sound very similar. Thank you both for coming in. Thank you for lending us Lyle as much grief as we give him. We love him. And we got to go. Brock, you're dead to me. I'm so done with you. You don't even get to say it. The hay is in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men, too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat-freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Centerway exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season. I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text FORCE to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text FORCE to 42424. That's FORCE to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners shut out the Orioles last night with a 1-0 win. George Kirby allowed just 3 hits through 7 innings pitched in his 4th straight quality start. Seattle's offense tallied just 5 hits, but that's all they needed thanks to an RBI single from Josh Naylor. And now the Seattle Mariners, after trailing the Astros by 7, are tied for first place in the AL West.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Well, my, how the tables have turned in the AL West. I remember what it feels like to give up a massive divisional lead to a divisional rival. It doesn't feel great, Houston. I do I do feel for you in that case, but no matter. The Seattle Mariners are now tied for the AL West lead. The Astros fell to the Red Sox yesterday 14-1. They've got some other injury news to worry about, though. We'll talk about that later. Seattle is now tied for first place in the AL West after being at one point at their worst